Hey, there we go. What's good, chat? Gotta love when you forget that your microphone's muted. So a couple of things to do real quick, but we'll get into it real soon here. What's the plan? I mean, obviously, right? Finishing up this trial, going into case 4. But case 4 is a little special. It's one of the few things I know about this game. Case 4 is a little different than the other cases. It's kind of like case 1 of this game, in more ways than one. We'll get more into that when the time comes. But for now, is that actually how you spell that? Oh. It is. Huh. Huh. Apparently, I'm just really good at spelling things. I'm not, but apparently I am. Cool. So we're on our trial, not investigation, trial. There we go. What was I saying? Actually? Like, what was I actually... Why is my brain like this? It's okay. I actually can't remember. Alright, well, whatever. We're on a trial. Trial day 2 of our wonderful case of culinary disaster. I think that's it. That's all I have to say about it, really. And then we go into our next case, which will be a really fun one. And that'll probably be all we have time for. We'll have to see. Obviously, it depends on how long the next case is. I don't actually know how long it is. So if it's like a decent length, then naturally, right, we'll be here for... That'll probably be the last thing we do. But if it's on the shorter side, we might actually do some of the investigation of the final case of this game. I don't got any like announcement things at all. Same old stuff. As far as everything's concerned, I can't think of anything. I mean, I could talk about how I started playing Dark Souls 2 and how I hate every waking moment of it because, my god, that game is terrible. But if I 100% the achievements, then I'll never have to play it again. That's how my brain works. That's a thing. That's a real thing that I thought today. And then I started playing it. And my god, do I hate it. It's so bad. It's so slow and clunky. Like, you can really feel it's not made in the same engine as the others. And it's bad. That's just my opinion of it. Like, if you like it, fine, whatever. You know, who am I to be the police of what games people play? But, I don't know. I don't like it. I do not enjoy my time with it so far. But, I mean, I'm also... I also did do the dumb and decided to go with Deprived, even though I never actually, like, really fully played through it. And DS2 is very punishing of the Deprived, because all your stats are 6 instead of 10 like it normally is. And You have no weapons. You don't get anything. You actually get nothing. Which is not normal. Normally you get like a club or like a stick or something. DS2, you actually get, you gotta punch people with that. Then you get a dagger. It's like the only weapon you can find in the tutorial, and that's just like not good. Especially when all your stats are 6. But still, whatever. I intend to do Faith Build with Miracles and use the Dragon Slayer Crescent Axe whenever I get my hands on that. Because that's what I'm using in 3. Or what I intend to use in 3. When I go through that one. So, I might do a 100% of DS3 with the Moonlight Greatsword. I don't know. But regardless, that's unrelated to Ace Attorney. That's all I have to say about that. I don't know. Sometimes I say things and there's no correlation. I just say them because I want to. Let's get into it. It's gonna be bad, is what it's gonna be. It's gonna be a bad time. I'll tell you right now, this is gonna suck. January 8th, 9:46 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 1. Good morning, Mr. Wright. Good morning, Maggie. So, what do you think is going to happen today, sir? Yesterday's session didn't go so well and ended on a giant mystery. That's true. I haven't solved a single part of it yet. Are you okay, Nick? No. Huh? Oh, yeah, of course. You know, no horrible thoughts in my head. I'm not contemplating leaving and running away and never answering the call to the courtroom ever again. I saw that little flash of doubt in your eyes. No, that wasn't doubt. That was, determination. Why don't I believe you? It's any time, Maggie. Better get going to the defendant's seat. Roger, don't let me down, Mr. Wright. Counting on you. I do not have feminine voices. That's okay. Hey, pal! Hey, Detective Gumshoe. Quit stressing Maggie out. She didn't need that. Doesn't need that. How did you know she was stressed? I just watched through the doorway. Oh. You look like you lost the case already. Show a bit of confidence, will you, pal? Yeah, maybe this'll help. Huh? You taking up aromatherapy too? Not in a million years, pal. Don't tell me you don't remember this thing. Come to think of it, that doesn't look like one of those aromatherapy bottles. Oh, the small bottle that you turned up. Yeah. That small bottle that turned up in Whew. It's gonna be a long one. I don't know what. I can't read. This is a small bottle that turned up in Travian's kitchen a couple days ago. There we go. Look at all these little bottles. Oh, they're aromatherapy oils? It's got so many overflowing onto the floor. Hey, wait a minute. There's one bottle that's different from all the others. Oh? No. It doesn't have a label either. And it doesn't smell. You finally got the analysis results back from the lab. So, what is it? Is it poison? I'm afraid not, pal. It's medication. Medication? Yeah, for years. Topical use only, apparently. For years? You mean... Yeah, it's the medication Glenelg was using for his ruptured eardrum. What's Glenelg's ear medication doing in the kitchen? Oh my god, I have the hiccups. Small bottle becomes ear medicine. Uncovered unidentified fingerprints in the kitchen. What about the unidentified fingerprints? Anything on that? Someone screwed up, so they only had time to analyze the contents of the bottle. Another hour and they might have gotten something on the prints, but... it'll weaken its impact as a piece of evidence. Okay, pal, this is it. Make sure your defense is impregnable today. Got it? Today's trial? I'm gonna expose that guy for what he's done. My name isn't Phoenix Wright. It's not, it's Nick. January 8th, 10 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 4. No, Nick is actually a nickname. It's Nick because Phoenix. Nick, Phoenix. Court was found such for the trial of Maggie Bird. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Ready and waiting as always, Your Honor.
Very good. Then we'll get underway at once. Yesterday we heard the testimony of Mr. Victor Kudo. He claims to have witnessed the defendant putting a powder into the victim's coffee. However, the witness's testimony was plagued with a number of problems. The mark on the brim of the cup shows that the victim drank from it with his right hand. But according to the old man's testimony, he picked it up with his left. Thank you, Mr. Goodell. Furthermore, according to the witness's account, the victim was listening to the radio with an earpiece in his left ear. Yet, the victim's left eardrum was ruptured, which made him effectively deaf in that ear.
Man, how many contradictions a single case can have, funny. Yeah, almost like that's my God, or my goal, my job. I tried to say goal and job at the same time, and all I ended up saying was God. Huh. Let me to enlighten you, Your Honor. The world, you see, keeps turning. You must turn with it.
You've lost me already, Mr. Godot.
Don't let the mysteries of yesterday mystify you today. Only losers think like that. You get to change with the times. That's one of my rules.
Are you implying that you solved these contradictions? Resolved these contradictions? Not resolved? I mean, I guess it's technically the same thing, but back in the day, right?
You know the answers to...
You know the answers to these riddles?
The old guy wasn't just throwing seed in here. Throwing us off the scent. And today I'll prove it.
Very well. Let the first witness take the stand.
Oh god. I'm not ready for this. And you are? Oh, bonjour, everyone! I am John Armstrong, the owner and head chef of La Très Bien restaurant. Enchanté. Enchanté.
Forgive me for asking, witness, but are you a woman?
Oh la la, monsieur! As you can see, I am a Turkey gentleman, non? On the day of the incident, you were at Très Bien's kitchen. Isn't that right? Is you, monsieur? Everything feels right. Okay. Huh. He's totally unfazed. Anything intimidate this guy?
Very well. Your testimony, please, witness. Please tell the court what happened that day at Très Bien.
Oui, volunteers. I took 2 years of French. When it all happened, there were just 2 customers in my restaurant. I remember I was experimenting with some new art deco that day. Like having a large mirror between the tables, for example. Oui, perhaps that is what the old man was looking at. A cup, an earpiece, and glasses. He would have seen everything in reverse, no? Mirror? Oui, one mirror, the most enormous mirror. And suddenly the mystery disappeared. Like I said, the world keeps turning, so we'll roll with it.
That would explain the coffee cup and the earpiece conundrum. The there would have made everything appear back to front.
What the heck? It's way too early in the morning for this to be happening to me.
Now then, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination.
Well, where's this mirror? I don't remember seeing a mirror at Très Bien. I mean, I guess it was a month ago. And who are the 2 customers exactly? Is, of course, a young man who died, and the other not so young man.
You're referring to yesterday's witness, I presume.
What about the other man Maggie said she saw at the pit? What tells me Mr. Armstrong isn't planning to disclose his existence? Need some hard evidence first before we can bring him up, don't we? We'll just try a different approach for the time being. You were experimenting with Art Deco? I thought I never heard about that before today. I assume it's supposed to be decor. That's what he's saying, obviously. Right, but I've never seen decor spelled as deco. It's always been it's always been with an R. You are not familiar with the language of interior design, monsieur. Please stay on topic. Now, why didn't you tell the court about this before? But I did just a few moments ago.
Excuse me, Mr. Armstrong. It's deco you mentioned. Are you referring to some sort of decoction?
No, Art Deco. It's a solid design, Your Honor. He's talking about interior design. Walls, ceilings, carpets, all that kind of stuff.
Ah, yes, of course. That's deco.
I was trying to achieve a more feminine look for my restaurant. Planning the most bold remodeling of la decor.
Having a large mirror between the tables.
How big of a mirror are we talking about here?
Oh, something about
4 meters wide and, about 2 meters high. Let's see, 1 meter is about 1 meter. Holy glass in a frame, that's huge! I was intending to install it on the ceiling eventually. The ceiling? Here on the ceiling? I don't remember. No, but that's not to go through it in the end. Wait, dude, should I ask him more about the mirror? Why not? If he really had such a large mirror in the restaurant, someone would have noticed that. But there's something about a mirror in Mr. Kudo or Maggie Bird's testimonies. But...
Objection!
Objection! You didn't ask, Trite. You're only yourself to blame for such a sloppy work. What? The mirror was delivered to Trey Bien the day before the incident. Really? As Mr. Armstrong testified, he was carrying out some design changes. As it turned out, he didn't actually use the mirror in the end. This just doesn't add up. Even if a mirror was delivered to Trey Bien, it doesn't prove that it was in the restaurant on the day of the crime. Huh. I want to doubt someone tried to look in the mirror. I'm sure the person looking back should be dubious enough.
The witnesses said they had seen the victims reflected in the mirror.
Well, you still have to know what I was looking at. Normally, I'd expect people to know the difference between a reflection and a real object.
Objection!
Normally. There's normality come into this. It's lame, Trite, even for you. Huh? Trying to say that if something isn't normal, it isn't possible? Is that it? Where does that leave the forky-headed lawyer and the top-knot chick over there? And the ungodly cool guy with the mask over here. Well, Trite. Ah! Not the hair! You do not have a top knot.
Mr. Godot is correct. Lack of normality is no basis for discounting an argument.
Bien. Go check this one a day. Shut up, let your piece. Everything? He would have seen everything in reverse. We. Hey, Nick. You should take a second think about what old CD said in his testimony. How did he phrase it again? Boy was wearing the earpiece on the same side as the green lens of his specs. No question, you can lock me up if I'm wrong. So, his left ear, without a doubt. He used the same hand to pick up the cup, his left hand. If everything he described reflected in a mirror, everything he said he saw on the left was actually on the right, huh? And that clears up all the problems with his testimony, I guess. It does. Huh. I really believe everything's the fault of a mirror. Think old Sadie saw everything through a reflection? If he did, it would explain all the contradictions in his testimony. That makes the situation worse for Maggie. There's gotta be something in the old man's testimony. Just gotta dig deeper. Yeah. Yeah, it's over his left eye. So, if everything was on that same side, then that would be on his right, but he was wearing it on his left. And, in fact, so is Lisa. They all wear it on there. Do we have evidence for this? Like, do I just present his profile? Or... Profile doesn't really give enough. That's a tricky thing. I think the profile's probably fine then. That's the closest thing we have. We would just do everything in reverse, no? No. The earpiece was on the left side. The coffee cup, the earpiece, and the HMD. Let's think back over Mr. Kuda's testimony for a second, shall we?
But I found the earpiece on the same side as the green lens of his specs. No question. Lock me up if I'm wrong. It was left ear without a doubt.
So to summarize, we were told both the HMD and the earpiece were on the victim's left side. Mr. Kudo saw all that as a reflection in a mirror. It means both the HMD and the earpiece were actually on the victim's right side. Exactement. You see, monsieur, now that you think about it, it's not so odd, no? Unfortunately, that's where I run into a monumental contradiction with the fact. If Mr. Kudo really did see everything in a mirror, why is it that the HDMI is now on the wrong side of his head? I just said HDMI.
Hold on. Mr. Wright is correct. If the witness genuinely observed the victim reflected in a mirror, then we would expect the victim's eyepiece to have been over his right eye.
Objection! Oh, bitter. Right, you should have a taste of this bitterness. It'll calm you down in no time. I'm talking about your coffee, or something completely different. You don't understand the way the witness thinks.
Everything's.
Remember this, I presume? The I broke the vase, sorry apology, I mean Mr. Kudo's sworn testimony? Exactly. The old man has one very grievous habit, other than throwing seeds. The more of an impression something makes, or muddled his mind makes it. What's the most striking thing about Mr. Allen?
Where leaves the victim's eyepiece?
That's my point. The old man strikes again. Mr. Oak's HMD made a big impression on the old man. I saw the earpiece and those newfangled spectacles he wore. Oh yes, they were both in his left ear. Do you hear? His left ear. Huh. Well tried. It's the worst, but best impression of Kudo ever. Wow, I thought he was old seedy for a minute there. Kudo's good.
Enough! I must agree that yesterday's witness was irresponsibly rash in much of his testimony.
Bad luck, Nick. It's like the boil of a contradiction you found is just a rash. I hate that analogy. A mirror can't be beaten by a handful of seeds, nor can it lie. So, what was the old man looking at? Listen, Mr. Armstrong. Go on, tell the court. We're all ears. Alright. Oui, I can explain. Please, you will look at the plans of Le Restaurant. The mirror. Alors, is everyone sitting comfortably? La mirror, it was in the middle of the restaurant, dividing the two halves. There was only one seat from which you could have seen an image of the victim. That was the seat at the table next to the victims. That was where the old man was sitting. After a terrible incident, I moved the mirror so it was not in the way. But naturally, I did not touch anything else. That is not true. That is so not true.
Well, I see no problem with the explanation we have just had. The table next to the victims. Mr. Kudo could have seen the victim in the mirror.
What a naughty little coquette I am, confusing all the men like these. Don't worry about it. We can keep up, except for the guy breaking out in a cold sweat over there again. I hate that guy.
You said you didn't touch anything else apart from mirror. Quite sure about that.
Oh, volunteers, of course.
Very well. Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, if you please.
Well, I that's not true, so... But there might be more to it. So run this by me again. The mirror was here, correct? We? Really? Because I know if I were you, I wouldn't have put a mirror there. It would be in the way. Look who's talking, Trite. Huh? You're obstructing my view, among other things. But this is my seat in the courtroom. Trabian's charm, so that it gives you the impression that you're the only customer. Temporarily placing a mirror in that spot would hardly be in the way. Unlike you, right? I tell you, monsieur, the mirror was there, in the middle of the restaurant. Let's see. And where would that be? Oh la la! Look how you learn. Look how you lean towards me. I always attract the younger boys. Maybe I should keep you in suspense a little longer. Mr. Armstrong, tell the court what you know at once. I attract the older ones too. You're not handsome. Shall I tease you too? I'm already seeing a very hot someone, so I'm afraid you'll be waiting for a long time. I bet she has a mocha cream skin and cappuccino perfume. At the end, I will tell you. There's only one seat from what you could have seen. Look what I see on the table. So, why can you only see the victim from that particular seat? My monsieur, it is obvious, no? If you look at the plans, you will understand. The victim would have been reflected in the mirror, like so. If you watch the thing at the table next to him, you would see everything, no? This little city was sitting on that day. Poisoning happened. You were sitting at the table next to the victim? This is some kind of odd. Do you remember while Mr. Kudo was off calling the police? Oui, exactement. I care about the restaurants. You moved a huge mirror like that all by yourself? What can I say? I know how to pick things up, handsome. It does actually laugh at something. Well, given the witness's physique, I suppose it is possible. Did you move anything else from the crime scene, Mr. Armstrong? It looked like the obliging type, no? Why was it so hard? Are you sure about that? I touched nothing except the mirror. That's alright. Is there something the witness has said that doesn't match the crime scene? Yeah, there is. I'm just putting my finger on what exactly. Huh. Suffering from a case of heartburn, right? Oh, I have just the thing for that. An oil with golden myrrh and frankincense. A few drops of your coffee and voila. Boy. Focus, Phoenix. Breathe. These regardless, you'll just find some evidence. It is pretty strange though, isn't it? I mean, nobody mentioned anything about a really large mirror. I think someone would have, but Maggie didn't, and neither told CD. The only logical explanation is that there was no mirror inside Tribune that day. That proved it, somehow. What do you think? If we look at the photo... Wait a second. Yeah, neither of these bases are broken. Which means... if the old man is telling the truth and he really did break a vase, he wasn't sitting there. He was sitting somewhere else. Probably where we originally thought he was. Hey. Also, I was taking her to the kitchen, so like it would have had to go through the mirror. This evidence contradicts the testimony we have heard, Your Honor. Third photo? Yes. This photo clearly shows something that theoretically should not exist.
What on earth do you mean by that, Mr. Wright?
Should not exist. Like you're describing yourself, Troy.
Now then, if the defense would please clarify its statement. What is that something that should not exist in this photo?
This vase. I think it's pretty obvious that this is what should not be in the picture.
The vase? What possible connection does that have with the witness's testimony?
Your Honor, I'm telling you that there should have been no vase on this table. Because it very clearly contradicts with this piece of evidence. Here. There's one thing that was clearly demonstrated by yesterday's testimony. Mr. Kudo broke the vase that was on the table where he was sitting. And yet, as the court can see, there is an unbroken vase on the table next to the victim. Why? Because Mr. Kudo was not, in fact, sitting at the table next to the victim at all. Don't be an idiot, Trite. That's impossible. Plus, he's the only one Kudo could have seen the victim's reflection from. Exactly. There's only one conclusion we can draw from this contradiction. There was no mirror in Trevian that day. Your testimony, Mr. Armstrong, is an elaborate lie. Mondeo. Don't try to confuse the court, Troy. Obviously the witness cleaned up the vase, while the police were taking their time getting to the crime scene. Unfortunately, Mr. Godot, that doesn't quite work for me. Mr. Armstrong already testified to the contrary. In his own words, I did not touch anything else except the mirror. Yeah.
Well, witness, what do you have to say, please?
I was right. There was no mirror in the restaurant that day.
In light of this revelation, we return back to the original problem. Why did the victim have an earpiece in an ear in which he couldn't hear?
You only get one shot in life. There's no turning back. You want to claim that the mirror wasn't there, Trite. The problem is all yours. How do you explain what the old man saw? If I can answer this, then I'll be that much closer to the truth. I can feel it. You gotta be okay? Can you really solve this contradiction, Nick? It's more than just this one contradiction, Maya. What do you mean? Remember what Maggie told us? There was another man at the victim's table, and there's a sample CD on the victim's table. It all flies in the face of Mr. Kudo's testimony. I think I know the reason why nothing in this case is adding up.
Well, that's all right. Let's hear your answer.
Yes, Your Honor. The reason behind all the contradiction in Mr. Kudo's testimony is simple. The victim was a phone. This case is riddled with contradictions. Yet, there's one very simple answer that clears them all up.
And what is that?
The incident Mr. Kudo witnessed and the incident the victim experienced were two completely different events.
What?
Yes, the victim that Mr. Kudo saw wasn't Mr. Glenn Elg at all. It was an imposter, a phony pretending to be Mr. Elg. Obviously, unlike the victim, there was nothing wrong with the imposter's left eardrum. Imposter's left eardrum. That's how he ended up wearing that earpiece in his left ear by mistake. Very elaborate.
Whoa! Thank you. Order in the court. Settle down or I'll clear the courtroom.
Why, Gramps? Why don't you clear out? Why don't you clear out of here, huh?
What did you say?
Right. Are you saying that what Mr. Kudo saw was a setup? Yes. Someone pretended to be Glenn Elg and acted out the whole coffee poisoning. All for the express purpose of creating a witness out of one Mr. Victor Kudo. Get real, Troy. Why would anyone want to do that? Isn't it obvious? The thing Mr. Kudo was the most insistent about in his testimony was
serving girl brought him a job at Cheetos.
with something in it.
That's the servant girl right there in the apprentice chair. I remember her well. It's so hard to believe, but
There was one, and only one reason to show Mr. Kudo this fake poisoning. To show Maggie Bird in the act of poisoning the coffee. Are you insinuating that the waitress' the old man's story was a fake as well? It's true that there were no other customers in the restaurant at the time, but it's also true that the chef was there. He would have noticed what was happening.
that's right. And with this, if the restaurant really was the scene of such theatrics, you would have known about it, correct?
Oh la la! This is most difficult for me. It's difícil. No, it's quite simple. How did you testify? You're under oath after all. Was there, in fact, a phony at Trevian that day? The defense demands that Mr. Armstrong tell the whole truth about what happened.
The defense's request for additional testimony is accepted. Will accurately explain in detail the events in the restaurant that day.
Oui. Alright.
in the restaurant. The victim, Monsieur L. He came to my restaurant alone. I remember the old man arrived not long after him. There were no other customers. When he got word he won the lottery, no. L became very excited. It was approximately 5 minutes later that the poisoning incident occurred. No, there was no time for a phony to do the act. Just so we're clear, there's no mirror in the restaurant after all. Je vous demande pardon! Forgive me, Your Honor. I lied because I wanted this mess to be cleared up quickly. What you have just done is commit perjury, Mr. Armstrong. I will decide how to punish you later. But now we will hear your cross-examination, Mr. Wright, if you please. I took that perjury charge a bit too well. But I'm guessing he'll be in a more serious trouble after this cross-examination. Alright. Let's see what we get. From Monsieur Hilg. Was he alone at the table as well? My oui. I saw him from the kitchen. Yet the defendant, Miss Bird, remembers it differently. She swears there was another man at the victim's table. Huh. Unfortunately for you, Troy. Yesterday's witness also testified that the victim was alone. You know, seeing you squirm like that reminds me of a certain coffee's bittersweet bite. What kind of coffee has he been drinking? Hey, it's not coffee, it's love. It's love that's bittersweet. Even I say that makes her seem wise all of a sudden. And then arrived not long after him. By old man, you mean Victor Kudo, correct? He comes often for my special coffee. I drink your coffee once, Mr. Armstrong. It's special, I'll give you that. It's worth a sip just for the experience. Oh, you make me so happy, monsieur. You are most welcome anytime. I said it was worth one sip. Nothing more. So, old Mr. Kudo arrived at the restaurant around the same time as the victim. Maybe just ask about his rival more detail. What time was it? I bet that's about the same. Out of curiosity, about what time was it when Mr. Kudo arrived? Oh, no. I cannot remember, monsieur. We were told by a witness yesterday. The crime was reported at 2:25 p.m. by a kind of scary old man, sir. Was it perhaps like a memory witness? It happened about 20 minutes after he arrived. So the victim must have arrived between 2 p.m. and 2:10 p.m., no? 2, huh? Thank you for your help in jogging my memory, monsieur. You are wonderful. I can't sit here all the time and do nothing now, can I? The time of day will be added to the witness's testimony. Be Monsieur Judge. Everything I do it for you. Merci bien. That's French, isn't it? Well, this one person was on a good mood. He's even humming a song to himself. Remember the old man arrived not long after you, just after 2 p.m.? That doesn't make any sense. Not long after? The radio show was read at 1:30. Did I present the lottery ticket? Or maybe the flyer? Since that's the one that, yeah, the flyer says that's the one that specifies. That's 1:30. I'm afraid I finally got you, Mr. Armstrong. He? What do you mean? At the time in question, the victim was listening to the radio with his earpiece. The show he was listening to was Millionaire Radio. Each week they announced the winning numbers of the $500,000 lottery ticket. Oui, that must be the showman. It was listening to. I can't see any problem with this testimony, Mr. Wright. I wonder. You said the victim arrived at your restaurant after 2 p.m., correct? Oui. I am sure of it. I remember it perfectly now. I know it was at that because I had just finished serving the lunch menu. Get to the point, right? If you have one. That show was broadcast live at 1:30 p.m. And it claims to be the most thrilling 10 minutes of your life. It's on the air at 1:30.
Supposedly, The victim made some noise when it was announced that he had won. And yet, I don't believe his cry of joy could have occurred after 2 p.m. Because the show had already finished more than 30 minutes earlier by that point in time. But no! This victim we've been told about has done nothing but the impossible. Listen to the radio with a ruptured eardrum? Watching a show that was already over? Only one conclusion you can draw from these facts. This victim was an imposter, acting out the poisoning 30 minutes after the real murder. Ooh. Yes, there were 2 Glen Elgs in Travian that day. The real Glen Elg, now dead, having been poisoned by the real killer. And a phony Glen Elg acting out the events for Mr. Kudo to witness.
It certainly seems that way. I mean, if that wasn't the case, how could you explain the time discrepancy? Quite a performance, Trite. We're almost on a roll. But sadly, you lack the rock-hard foundation of rhythm to build your song.
What is this, Music Theory 101?
Let's recap. According to your imaginative theory, it's now just after 2 p.m. The phony Elg is performing a play for the benefit of Mr. Kudo. How do you explain then where the real Glen Elg is?
I don't believe I had to spell this out for the court. However, at that time, the real Glen Elg was already dead.
That's certainly the obvious conclusion. Thank you, Troy. That's exactly what I was hoping you would say.
What?
Now, I presume you can prove this theory of yours.
Can you explain where the missing corpse went to? The missing corpse?
According to the old man's testimony, there was only one other customer there.
That customer was the phony Glen Elg.
Where did the killer hide the body of the real victim?
Yeah.
The prosecution has a valid point, Mr. Wright. Your theory is to stand up to examination by the court. You must provide us with proof by answering this, by answering the prosecution's question. Where did the killer hide the body?
Yes, Your Honor.
You have conjectured, right? Let's hear some facts for once. Show the court a piece of evidence that proves where the body was hidden. Evidence?
What's with the intense pressure in here all of a sudden? I thought I had him with that contradiction. But he's turned it all around and backed me into a corner instead.
Mr. Wright, the federal might hear the defense's theory and evidence. Where was the body of the real Mr. Oak concealed?
Honestly, probably inside. He's probably in the kitchen or something, right? Look at that floor plan. He definitely couldn't have been... He couldn't have been anywhere inside the actual restaurant, but he could have been in the kitchen. I don't know what he would have been doing there. He could have been there. That would explain why his medicine was in the kitchen as well. Let's put that. It'd... What? What? It'd would have? It'd would have. That's not correct. It would have been too dangerous to take the body outside. Obviously, the body must have been hidden somewhere inside Travian.
Interesting. But where could a body have been hidden inside a restaurant? Perhaps you would care to show the court these plans, Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor. The exact location where the body was concealed inside Travian is the kitchen. The body was hidden here.
I see.
Nice supposition. The real question is, can you back it up? Where's the evidence that proves the body was hidden in that location? Probably the medicine. Right? That would be my guess. Mr. Armstrong, do you recognize this bottle? No. I have never seen that ugly bottle before in my life. I only use the very best bottles, monsieur. The highest quality only for me.
Where was that bottle found, Mr. Wright?
Interestingly enough, Your Honor, this side in the kitchen at Travian. Eh? He? But I only ever use these bottles for my aromatherapy oils. But this bottle doesn't contain aromatherapy oil, Mr. Armstrong. No, it contains a medication.
What kind of medication?
I'm sure everyone remembers, don't they? That Mr. L visited an odd clinic and was given medication that day. Otolaryngological? Gological? An otolaryngological? I don't understand. That word. I'm gonna look this up. I'm going to look up how to pronounce that. I don't want a YouTube video. Is there like a... Ooh. How to pronounce the dictionary? Wow, whatever.
Otolaryngologist.
Otolaryngologist. So it's otolaryngologist. Otolaryngological clinic. That's a weird word. I hate medical names. You can't be serious. The defense has the contents of the bottle analyzed. I have the lab results here. The contents of the bottle match the prescription that was given to Mr. L. Glenn L's murderer hid the body in the restaurant kitchen, at which time this bottle fell out of the victim's pocket. Mr. Armstrong, the incident occurred. Did you say you were in the kitchen? Mon Dieu. Yes, you know what I'm about to say. It was you who hid the victim's body. You did a fine job pretending to defend my client, Maggie Bird. However, you were setting her up to take the fall behind the poor girl's back. What the...
Order. This is an extraordinary development. Witness, did you murder Mr. Glenn?
Never. I could not do such an horrible thing. No.
Mr. Godot?
The bitterness. Every time I get lied to, I always down a mug of coffee. That's one of my rules. You have the slightest idea how many cups you've had by now? I'd like to do the same to the person who lied to me. I'd like to take them down with my empty cup. Listen up, chef. How about a brand new flavor in your ear, my H-deficient friend? Je vous demande pardon. Please, you must hear me out. It is the trap. Listen to me. Por favor.
Yo hablo español, Mr. Armstrong, and por favor is Spanish.
I'm not going to ask you once. I'm only going to ask you once. Did you do it? None. Absolutely none. Let's hear it. You've got one shot, like Gramps.
Witness, what will permit you the chance to make one final statement? If you lie under oath again, Mr. Godot's coffee mug awaits you. This is my gavel.
Oui, it is clear. I always stay in the movies. I got a bad feeling about this.
Very well, begin your public testimony, Mr. Armstrong.
The confession. Huh. It is true. I hid the body in the kitchen. He even forced me to do it. I had no choice. I had to go along with him because it was the reason why I could not refuse. But I did not kill him. I swear. You must believe me. I believe it.
You were forced? By who?
I cannot say. They will be erased. Let's try a different question then. When Mr. Elk died, was he really the only person at his table? There was... There was another man. I knew it. Maggie was telling the truth.
You may cross-examine the witness on Mr. Wright.
One more thing I need to do. Gotta break this guy and get him to tell us the name of the real killer.
We already know who that is.
That almost went down the wrong pipe. Did you carry the body by yourself?
Oui.
Carried him. Carried Maggie too. Maggie too? Well, she saw the victim collapse. She didn't think. I could not leave her there.
Well, why did you hide the bodies?
Forced me to do it. But what man? Who was he?
None I cannot say. I fear for my life.
I'm really scared. You just have to put the words in his mouth, Nick. You're right. Tell me, I'll tell him.
Go along with this man.
Guess what I think I already know. Well, what reason would that be, Mr. Armstrong?
You know, monsieur.
Yes?
Surely you cannot expect a young maiden to talk about such an embarrassment.
Maiden? I think I'll to get away with that. And a bit too male. I can't finish cross-examination without establishing his reason. I'll just have to prove it with evidence. Sure. I don't need to hear you talk about how you didn't kill him. A man forced me to do it, I had no choice. It's probably this one then, right? Well, we know who that man was. Mr. Tiger. Let's end this dance of ring around the rosy, Mr. Armstrong. This is the man that you've been referring to. Ah,
Who was that? I feel like I've seen him somewhere before.
I don't know, maybe a month ago in this very courtroom. This man is Furio Tigre. He's the manager of a loan office called Tender Lender. There's no point trying to hide the truth anymore, Mr. Armstrong. I know you couldn't go against Mr. Tigre. He's probably had this on. Constant contract. A $500,000 loan from a black market loan shark. You had no way of paying it back, did you? That's why you were forced to do anything. This man told you.
Oui, it is as you say.
Mr. Armstrong.
The tiger. He told me he was going to use my restaurant for a business rendezvous. On the day in question, he was meeting the victim to demand that he repay his loan. I don't know what happened like that. I just did what he told me to do. I had no choice. I carried the body and the inconscient Maggie out of the dining area. And into the kitchen after that. I just tried to forget what I had seen.
I think we can now safely say that the man who forced your hand was Mr. Furio Tigre. I mean, he's Mr. Tiger, I mean, who cares?
I do have one further question for you, Mr. Armstrong. Poison on the lottery ticket that was found on the defendant's apron pocket. Was that your doing as well?
No, I knew nothing about that. Making it look like it was Maggie who had done it. It is, they speak of.
Mr. Godot, you will summon this Furio Tigre as a witness. I doubt that can be arranged today, so we will adjourn for now. Proceedings will continue tomorrow.
"30 minutes.
What?
The trial will go on. I'll see to it myself. In half an hour to get that guy on the stand. Not a minute more. How the? Don't sit back and relax yet, Trite. No one knows if that chef is really telling the truth or not. This trial could still go either way."
Very well. Request is granted, Mr. Godot. We'll resume once Mr. Tigre is ready to take the stand. Until then, we'll adjourn for a 30-minute recess.
Ooh. I'm gonna take this time to grab my water bottle. Do it now instead of after the trial. I will be back very shortly. Like literally within like a minute or two. Oh man. The plot thickens. What did I just say? But I'm saving it again. Because that's what I do. Plot thickens. The plot thickens. There's a lot going on here. But we will see. I'm sure we'll hear more about what's going on. Anyway, it's 1:21 p.m. District Court. Defendant lobby number 1. Really didn't see the tiger on the stand? Almost got this case 1 now, Nick. I wish I could agree. Huh? I cross-examined Mr. Armstrong just now. He said he was just doing what the tiger told him to do. But Joe picked up on it, remember? He pointed out that without proof, you don't know if what he testified is the truth. You mean, you think Mr. Armstrong was lying? I don't know. That's the line the prosecution takes. Could be in trouble. With the feeling that we don't have case-making evidence we're going to need. Right, pal. Detective Gumshoe. He's so jumpy about Detective. Your hair's standing on end. Hey, that's the pot calling the kettle black, little Miss Top Knot. It's not Top Knot. Never mind about the hair. Just calm down, alright? I can't stand still while I don't have a job to do. I kinda got wound up. Ah! No kidding. You gotta have something you need me to do, pal. Anything. Well, hey, I'm gonna take a jog back down to the precinct. I could get some print analyzed for you if you got an hour. An hour? Probably reconvened by then. But, Nick, it's not a really decisive piece of evidence, right? True. That's some kind of trump card to pull out of the bag, or at least stuck. Did you get some fingerprint analysis done in an hour? Well, you bet! In that case, would you mind checking prints on this? Definitely the bottom. If you're going back to the station anyway, find out whose prints are these? Oh, hey, that's the small bottle I gave you I gave back to you before, right? Yeah, I think it's time we solve this last mystery of who the prints on it belong to. Sure thing, pal. Actually, that's been gnawing at me too. Well, we'll give it to Detective Gumshoe. Yeah, okay, I'll get this off in the lab right away. Make sure you don't lose the case before I get back. This is pretty much the final showdown, I guess. Time to separate the phonies. The real guys. January 8th, 1:56 p.m. District Court, room number 4. It has a fact in 30 minutes.
Court will now reconvene. Mr. Godot, you find this very OT right?
I even tamed him for you. It was a 3-cup job, no problem. Tamed him? I guess the name may be for your tigre, but come on. He's pretty lively. Be careful, he still bites.
Very well. You show Mr. Tigre to the sand. Witness. Please state your name and occupation for the...
Ah! Don't hide under the table, Maya. Unless there's room for me down there, too.
Would you mind?
What did you say to me?
Nothing. I didn't say nothing, honestly.
I could have guessed that you would induce a bad Brooklyn accent on the judge. I got business to take care of you hear? Who the hell called me in this hole? Was it you, Spiky? Ah, no, of course not. It was the judge. Your Honor?
Oh dear, I seem to have dropped my pen. Why on earth is it? Don't mind me, just carry on with the proceedings as normal.
That's it, we're done. Maybe you didn't hear me. I said who the hell was it that called me in here?
There's no need to shout. We can all hear you.
What'd you say?
There's no point struggling. You're caught in a snare. You're not in the snare of the law. Oh, good now. And I'm the one that hauled you in.
Too cool. I'll be the better you, Nick.
Start with the basics. You're with the incident in question, correct? The incident?
I don't know nothing about no stinking incident, math boy.
You mean you didn't attend the previous trial of Maggie Bird?
Maggie who? I've got more important things to do than watch these courtroom dramas.
But of course. Well, perhaps you could give us your testimony then. Just tell us about what you did on the day of the murder.
Oh, Phoenix, right. You was the one who set this up, didn't you? You're gonna regret the day you ruffled the tiger's fur. You hear what I'm saying? I should have brought a diaper with me today. Get a grip, Nick! That's not hiding at the table. The tiger's alibi. Alibi, I know. You don't know nothing about no murder. I was tied up with business in December last year. Spent all of my time in the office. I got whales lined up to borrow cash from dead and lender every single day. Just want to check my alibi? Just ask my letter.
Ah, Klaus, I found my pen. Very well then, Mr. Wright. Your cross-examination, please. What is it? Please, witness, if you could refrain from shouting like that.
I know the kind of games that guy in the blue plays. I know life ain't no lawyer. He just punches away at stupid details till he wins. Low life, me? That's enough, Smarty. Every time you ask me something that doesn't relate to this case, I'm gonna pay you $50,000. And who's gonna borrow the cash from me? That's for the loan contract I refused to sign. And don't think it ain't gonna hurt when you tangle with the tiger. Huh. I love a good spectator sport.
Just a minute. That's really not.
This witness is... how can I put it? A hungry tiger roaming the urban jungle. Get on his bad side and he'll bite everyone's heads off. Yours too.
Very well. I have no choice but to impose the penalty system here.
You just better be listening. I got business to take care of. Big business. If I don't split now, I ain't gonna catch my bus.
Well, the court will impose a penalty for any irrelevant pressing witness testimony. Keep that in mind as you begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor. You can do it, Nick. I'm not from there already, would ya? Oh, yeah? The tiger's alibi. Oh, boy! Alright. I know nothing about no murder. Let's start with business. What was the business? Are you sure about that? We're talking about 1 month ago, you know. You see these teeth? That's a shot of my secretary. Sharp? Is he talking about Viola Cadavarini? She writes everything in my schedule. December, mainly in the office. That's what it says, so that's where I was.
It seems like a rather sketchy schedule.
There he goes again. Not that tiger that all December isn't the issue. Important is what he was doing on the day of the murders, so no. That's harder. Mr. Tigra, we'll use one. If you wouldn't mind going into a bit more detail. This is a dead-end strike and you know it. For the rules. No, it's essential that we establish the witness's alibi accurate. But that was still on December 3rd. Were you in the office that day too? Maybe you ain't listening. Of course I was. I never set foot outside. Had meetings all day with a bunch of cats wanting to do business with me. I'd never seen that young kid before.
I do believe the witness's last statement was important. Mr. Goodall, you could please...
Mr. Tiger, the court asks you to add that last statement to your testimony. Huh. Let an animal beat you? Be a man, Your Honor. Ask him yourself. And you're talking about was in the office too. Well, that's not entirely accurate. We got a horse here that says otherwise. Mr. Tiger, I believe you didn't know Mr. Glenn, but it appears that Mr. Elg knew you. What? Mr. Elg left this little note on his calendar. Meet with the Tiger. And the date? December 3rd.
December 3rd? That's the day of the murder.
So, Mr. Tiger, I suppose you did indeed know one Mr. Glenn, because on the very day of the incident, you met with him. Not bad. It was actually not bad. Sorry? I was just messing with you. Let's see how good you were. You hear that, Nick? So you're not bad. That's the one compliment I can do without. He's lying through his teeth.
Witness, remember that you're under oath. Lies will not be tolerated.
Who's calling me a liar? Is that what you doing?
Raro.
So you're saying that your claim to have never seen this kid before is the truth? I said I'm dead serious. Better believe that the truth. Huh. Then I'd say that gives me time. Another cup of pure black magic. That is, testify for the court again, Mr. Tiger.
Oh, yes. Would you mind indulging the court witness?
You never actually met the victim. That'd be a lie right there. It's time I nailed this guy. Phrasing Phoenix. I ain't no liar. I never met Glen Elg. Some lame guy with that name, though. Wanted to borrow cash from him. I set up a meeting with the guy in my coffee tender lender. At my office, not coffee. I don't know what I'm... My brain. I waited around for him, but he ain't have a show. I ain't never even been in that Trey BN joint, you see it? Ooh, that's not true.
You see, that seems perfectly logical. You had arranged to meet with the victim, but he didn't show up.
I've heard it's pretty hard to keep appointments when you're dead.
Very well, you may begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor. Didn't I tell you got a big deal going down today? I ain't gotta make my bus now. I'm gonna have to take the express train. That bill's going straight to you, right? Alright. I ain't never been to no Trabian. Then how do you explain the Trabian matches in your office? Mr. Tigre, something you'd like to tell the court about these matches? Matches? What you was talking about? You found them in your office at Tender Lender. They're from that restaurant. What? If you've really never been to Trabian before. What was a book of matches? Of the restaurant's matches doing on your desk? You've been snooping around in my stuff now too, wise guy. Are you my ball and chain? You know, broad controlling me. My Brooklyn accent has gotten worse as this has gone on, and that's okay.
Order, order. Well, witness. I think it's time you started telling the truth, don't you? I'm so sorry. I'm terribly sorry. Forgive me.
I ain't no pussycat. I don't go back on what I said. Okay, I was at that joint that day.
What?
Well, listen good, alright? I might have been there. I still never met that kid.
Well.
It's like an order just came in for another testimony. Like this close to proving it was him. He did meet Glen Elg that day. He did put poison in his coffee. He must have. Now, Trabian. I was supposed to meet with the kid at the restaurant that afternoon. When I opened the door to the joint, I saw one ugly scene. I was laid out over the table, stiff as concrete. I tell you that the place wasn't hot already. Gonna be, so I split. The cop sign was on my way out, and I went straight back to my office.
I see. You didn't actually meet with him in the end, then. Well, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please.
Yes, Your Honor. Hold it. If I wait around here any longer, I ain't even gonna make the normal express. Well, stupid questions. Huh. No problem. Anytime Trite presses you on something irrelevant, they'll see he pays a penalty.
Mr. Godot, that's my job.
Your job is to slam that little hammer of yours and call a guilty verdict. So do it.
Yes, sir.
Special Express ain't cheap, right? Just so you's know since you's paying. Oh, man. Does the rule of law mean anything around here? No, it doesn't. So me with the kid. When I opened the door to the joint, I saw one ugly scene. An ugly scene? What do you mean? The witness has already told us, right? Makes that question relevant. But... I limit myself to 17 cups of coffee during a trial, that's the rule. You better limit the number of times you take a penalty trial. Or your guts will look like the inside of a chimney. Ashen.
Don't make me burn you again, Mr. Wright.
I'm gonna press him on that. Guess I'm gonna make the special express after all.
For a recap, this ugly scene you saw was...
The guy was laid all over the table. The place wasn't hot already, it was gonna be so split. I had a cop sirens on my way out. Get back to the office. So Nick, what do you think? He's running out of ways to avoid the truth. Gotta press him fast, before he has time to think things through. Gotta come right back at him with a contradiction. Carefully you press him on though. Get penalized, okay? Opened the door. I thought so. Okay. Yeah. You couldn't have seen it. Couldn't have seen anything. Something of a loan collecting pro, aren't you, Mr. Tigray? No one escapes the tiger's clutches. Well, I'm something of a lie detecting pro. And no one escapes the Phoenix's clutches. I think it's time we got something straight. What's this, right? New line of irrelevant questioning. It's at the 4 points of the crime scene. You say you were sitting at the entrance, Mr. Tigray. From there, your field of vision would have covered an area... something like this.
Indeed, the witness would have had a clear view of the victim's seat.
Now, what I just said? To the back of the kid's head. Unfortunately for you, that's not possible. So if I would like to think back, remember that between each of the tables is a tall partition.
Why, that's true.
Now look at the plans again. Hear this painfully obvious. From the entrance, the field of vision of any customer walking in ends here. So, at the entrance of Trey Bien, you couldn't have seen the victim's seat. But you did see the victim that day, because you met with him. Wrong. You've forgotten the old man's testimony yesterday. The victim was alone at his table. The defense just proved that point to be moot. The victim, witnessed by Mr. Kudo, was not Glenelg, but a fake. What? Why did have Mr. Kudo falsely testify? The real killer posed as the victim he had just killed and acted out a charade.
That will do. I'm sure it's gone long enough without the obvious question being answered. Who exactly was the real killer who impersonated the victim? You said the killer murdered Glenn and then impersonated his victim in a performance for Victor Kudo. In that case, Mr. Wright, we knew the identity of this criminal to the core.
It's pretty obvious who it is. It's Mr. Tigray. Obviously. The killer is Furio Tigray. No one else could have done it.
What? Well, witness?
Now that's cute. You think you can pin this on the tiger? Maybe you don't understand. The tiger is the king of the jungle. What days you come say it again? Come on, you got the guts?
You can't threaten me, Mr. Tiger. It's the defense. Go ahead and tell the witness, Mr. Wright. Mr. Wright!
Sounds to me like it must be you, old man. Who's got guts? I'll give you that.
Mr. Wright, do not leave me to handle this alone.
Huh. Perhaps I can end this embarrassment.
Mr. Godot.
Let's just go back over Mr. Kudo's testimony one more time. The old man didn't see just the victim. Oh, no, no, no. The serving girl brought...
The serving girl brought a Javachino. She put something in it. There's no question about it. Very conspicuously put some white powder in there.
Was the victim he saw the real victim or not? That doesn't matter. The fact remains he saw the accused put the poison into the coffee.
Yes, it was the waitress who poisoned the coffee.
It's very impressive, Mr. Godot. Waiting for my absence to launch your attack. Huh. Found your pen at last, Trite. It was in my pocket. But anyway, Mr. Kudo witnessed two people that day. He saw the victim, the supposed Mr. Glenelg, and the waitress from behind.
Yes, your point, Mr. Wright.
I think the conclusion is obvious. If this Glenelg was really the killer in disguise, then surely it's possible the waitress was also part of the show.
What? The waitress was an imposter as well.
The defendant, Miss Bird, fell unconscious immediately after the incident. And someone used her fainting to hatch an elaborate plan to pin the murder on her.
Who on earth was it? Who was this waitress that Mr. Kudo witnessed?
It would have had to have been, Yola.
Who is this woman?
Her name is Viola Cadavarini. She's an employee of Tender Lender. She was making a big mistake. You know who Violetta's grandfather is? You better be going home in an armored truck tonight, if you know what I mean. Stop shaking, Nick. Where was I? Yes, the defendant, Miss Bird, has stated the following. Well, when I took the coffee over to the victim's table, I knew there was another customer in the restaurant. She was sort of creepy. And she had a kind of cackling laugh. There are just too many contradictions in this case. The second man at the victim's table who nobody but Miss Bird seems to have seen. The earpiece worn by the victim in his left ear while the eardrum was ruptured. And the radio show that was supposedly listening to half an hour... The radio show that he was supposedly listening to half an hour after it was over. There's only one logical explanation that clears up all of these contradictions. The whole incident took place twice. One for real and one for show. If Mr. Furio Tigre, the only person who could have committed the crime, is you. I'm sorry, is you! Who did it? It's you!
Witness, what have you got to say?
That's cute.
Sorry.
It was alright, I could do with a guy like you around. What do you mean? Okay, I'm in on this game. I'm gonna have to charter a jet to get me to my meeting now, but I'm gonna give you one more thing to think about before I go.
I'm gonna think about it.
We got all wrapped up nice, alright. But you was missed out on one real important thing. But that can't be. I was in the joint that day, and I met that kid too. But I couldn't have poisoned him, you see it?
What? Do you really expect us to believe you now, Mr. Tigre?
Huh. What a troublemaker. Troublemaker? It looks like we're going to need another one for the road. Was that 117? One more steaming cup of hot testimony.
Indeed. Witness, you would explain yourself to the court. I'll give you one more chance to testify. What happened that day at Trey Bien between yourself and the victim?
Yeah, I loaned out cash, about $100,000. That day he was due to have a little... The kid had hit his payday. The kid had hit his payback date, see? So anyway, he tells me he's got no way to pay up. I'm about to flatten the guy when he starts screaming. Yes, I won $500,000. Hey, I'm lucky, you know. Real lucky. If that waitress hadn't done what she'd done, everything would have been over.
Now, I'd seen the principal amount you loaned Mr. L was $50,000.
Yeah, well, he's got the VIG to take into account. It just builds up fast, you know? Faster and faster. $1,000 was twice his principal.
And the repayment deadline was December 3rd, the day of the incident in question.
Yeah, he was one lucky kid. Get that $500,000 just in time. I ain't even had no reason to kill the kid. If I ain't got no motive, you ain't got no case. It's motive. He has to have one, but what is it? Bias to the victim. 1,000. Hey, let's do that little tip. Well, he told me he's got no way to pay up. I'm about to flatten the guy. Oh, $500,000. Got lucky. Real lucky. Well, the waitress, you mean? The girl with the glasses in the defendant's chair. Who else could I be? If he hadn't gotten in the way, things would have been bada bing, bada boom, over and done with. I should push a little on this. Hey, how would things have been? What do you mean things would have been over and done with? He was all there or what? I'm talking about the cash. I'm gonna get my $100,000 back, that's all. I'm a businessman. It was all coming together before that waitress got in the way.
As far as I can tell from the witness's testimony, other than recouping his loan, Mr. Tigre has no motive for killing the victim. Witness, you will amend your testimony to reflect what you just said.
Tiger's motive, huh? What was that for the $100,000? I have no other reason to kill the guy. Well, I don't know about that one. But I also don't really know, like, obviously this comes into play somewhere. I don't think it's yet. I don't think we present that yet. For $1 million? I mean, that pays for half of it if he gets the ticket, right? So that might have been why, so he could pay off his, or help pay off the medical bills. Yeah. So you just intended to get back the $100,000, Mr. Ogoji, correct? I loaned the guy the cash, so that's my right. Well, unfortunately for Mr. L, $100,000 wasn't enough to cover him, was it? Huh? About 6 months ago, you were involved in a traffic accident, weren't you? An accident involving a car and a scooter, in which a young woman was injured. She was taken to the hospital where she underwent surgery. Where did you get all this info? These medical papers document the treatment of a young woman in question. According to these, her operation cost $1 million. Payment of his expenses was due in December of last year, and was paid in full.
But $1 million? A preposterous sum. Someone should do these HMOs.
No one would pay a bill like that. The medical association got wind of it, the hospital would end up dead as a morgue. But Mr. Tigre had no choice but to pay, because his very life depended on it.
Order. You say his life depended on it, Mr. Wright.
Indeed it did, simply because the injured woman was none other than Viola Cadavarini. What did you say, Cadavarini? Bruno Cadavarini, my boss in charge of all underworld activities in the city, and doting grandfather to his precious Violetta, also known as Viola Cadavarini. Your life was in danger unless you paid compensation to the boss, correct? It makes sense. You were desperate to acquire the $1 million Cadavarini demanded of you. So desperate, in fact, you decided to sacrifice Glen Oak's life to pay your debt. That's really sad.
Order. What do you say to that, witness?
Yeah. It's a nice little fairy tale, fright. Even if the witness did need $1 million. It doesn't tie him to Mr. O's murder. Berg only owed him $100,000, and had no hope of repaying it anyway. Yeah, that guy wasn't worth my spit. I don't think so. In fact, the opposite is true. The opposite? Lending money with no hope of ever seeing repayment would certainly be bad for business. this case, the fact that Glen Elk had no way to repay the money is crucial.
What?
You know where you're going with this, Nick? You've got to think outside the box, Mark. Outside the box? It's very straightforward. Mr. Tigray wasn't after the $100,000 at all.
It seems you have a logical conclusion for this thing. You can't share with us.
What exactly was Mr. Tigray? That's where the CD comes. Glen Elk was a programmer, a highly skilled programmer. Skill was the collateral Mr. Elk put up in order to borrow the money. Care to explain how skill can be used as collateral to secure a loan, Trite? He had the skill to create a computer virus. That's what he did. A virus. It's MC Bomber.
A computer virus? What does one of those do?
A computer virus is a program that wreaks havoc on the insides of a computer.
A computer? What does one of those do?
I guess the beard is the only part of his honor that is from the Stone Age. I'll explain it to you later, Your Honor. Right now, this isn't the important point. A virus like MC Bomber would be worth several $million in the black market. Mr. Tigray, you couldn't have cared less about the $100,000. Isn't that right? All you cared about was one thing. The virus.
Ah!
On the day of the murder, Mr. Tigray stole intention to get his hands on this CD. Glen had no way of paying back the $100,000. Mr. Tigray knew it. But then a miracle happened. The kind that Mr. Tigray would prefer to say never happened. But he can't, and neither can I. Lottery win. Exactly. The 11th hour, Mr. Elk won $500,000 on the lottery, which left Mr. Tigray with no way of getting his hands on the all-important CD. At least, no legitimate. So he resorted to illegitimate means. That's crazy. He murdered Glen Elk and then made his next move. To frame Maggie Bird for the crime. Mr. Tigray poses Glen Elk. While Viola Padavarini played the role of Miss Bird. Then they reenacted the whole thing in order to establish a witness. The witness being the one who we all heard testifying yesterday, Mr. Victor Kudo. Like I said, Trink, that's crazy. No one could pull up a stuff like that. For starters, there's no way the chef could have been kept in the dark about it. Mr. Armstrong was in on it from the very beginning. Have you forgotten already, Mr. Godot? Mr. Armstrong owed the witness money, too. $500,000, in fact. He had no choice but to go along with Mr. Tigray's plan.
Order, order! Silence, or I'll clear the room!
Who's put on a good show, Spiky? You just want to stay alive in the loan shark business. You gotta be careful. You saying I dressed up like that, kid? Created a witness and framed someone? If I did something crazy like that, I'd leave the trial as bright as my shirt. I ain't dumb enough to do something sloppy like that. I agree. You do? Despite your appearance, you're very careful. But you took one more precaution. One more trick to make sure Miss Bird had no way out.
What? Another one? That's right.
Interesting. Why don't you fill us all in, Trite? What was the trick you say Mr. T-Ray performed to frame the accuser? Oh, that's very simple. He pretended to be a lawyer.
What is that? What an insult to think anyone could be fooled by such a childish imitation.
Consider yourself insulted, Your Honor. Mr. Tigray, you didn't just pose as the victim on the day in question. A month ago, in this very court, you posed as me.
What? That's
The truth.
But the witness looks nothing like you, Mr. Wright. Although, now that I think about it, it was you, wasn't it? No doubt it was you, standing in here. It was very court a mere month ago. The Phoenix Wright who put the most this reputable shabby defense I'd ever seen.
Can you prove that, Gramps? Prove the attorney who represented the accused here a month ago was this man. Be prepared to take the stand and testify that it was him.
Hey. Forget about it, yeah?
I wouldn't do something like that. Not me. You made a mistake, right? Someone else, huh? Have you no pride, sir?
Oh boy. This isn't a matter of pride.
In case you didn't know, Trent, here in court we deal with people's lives.
Oh. Mr. Godot is right.
Your Honor.
Speaking for myself, I am absolutely convinced. The incriminating question was the witness standing before me now. However, I preside over this court as the judge, with the vested power to hand down a verdict. Someone in my position cannot be swayed by a memory without evidence to support it.
No.
If the defense has no further evidence, the court will now excuse the witness. The circumstances surrounding Mr. Tigre are dubious, for sure, but not conclusive.
But it goes so far.
You say he impersonated Glen L. You say he impersonated you. Well, that adds up to a murder charge. You don't have a shred of evidence that the witness poisoned the victim's coffee.
Nah. Nard.
Huh. Don't mind me.
It sucks to be you, right? Don't mess with the tiger. You're gonna get mauled. You got that? We managed to get here straight from our out a bit. I was so close to getting him to admit his own guilt. Huh. Looks like I will be needing a refill. There's just one more piece of evidence. One piece of evidence, and maybe I can get Maggie off the hook.
Witness of cross-examination is over. You are free to go, Mr. Peter.
Gumshoe. Right? Your Honor, sir.
Away! Get the detective.
Detective Gumshoe?
Sorry it took so long, pal. I saved everything on this. My badge, the works. So here it is. My heart's counting on this, too. What is it, detective? Is it an obvious, pal?
It's the file that decides a piece of evidence.
What? Huh? Why do you have it? Where am I?
Who are you? January 8th, 2:48 p.m. District Court. Defendant lobby number 1.
Sorry it took so long, pal, but I finally got the results from the lab.
The results?
Got the prints, pal, from the medication bottle.
Oh, so do you know who the prince belongs to now? You think I'm some kind of hack detective? Of course I know. So tell us. They're the tigers, right? I knew it.
You bet. There's crystal all over the bottle. They're Tigre's paw prints, all right.
That's great. Got him now, Nick. What's wrong with you? You're hardly you've had to say the words since the Gumshoe got here. Said everything on the line for this, Nick. I know. Look, I'm sorry. It's kind of hard to say, but it doesn't make any difference whose prints are on that bottle now.
Eh? What? Why not?
We need to produce at this stage in the trial irrefutable evidence that the tiger put poisoning Reynolds' coffee. I already admitted that he met the victim. The fact that his prints are on this bottle, it doesn't make any difference now.
I knew it. Alright. How would I try? I'm never letting you. Oh, Gumshoe.
Don't be so hard on yourself.
Yeah. This was our last chance to help Maggie. We've worked on some useless piece of evidence the whole time. It's alright. I'm a real loser. It's not breaking news to me, pal.
Detective? Gumshoe? Maggie? Been working on something for me?
Sorry I let you down, Maggie. No, you didn't do it. I'm a detective. I'm supposed to be able to prove stuff like that. I'm really sorry. I'll get out of your hair now.
Detective Gumshoe, wait! He's gone. Is there anything we can do now, Nick? I wish there was. But you worked so hard to get that evidence. I knew there was some way I could use it. January 8th, 3:04 p.m. District Park, Terminal number 4.
That's alright.
Yes, Your Honor?
You have to do a research to compare this decisive evidence you just got.
Yeah. Don't keep us all in suspense, right? Show us. But naturally, we can assume it's evidence that will actually stand up in court, can't we? Pink Phoenix? Let them choose hard work go to waste. How much more of my time are you gonna waste? I ain't been in no court before. You lawyers should know how to blow things out of proportion.
No doubt, given the nature of the evidence, it will speak for itself. Nevertheless, you will talk us through this one.
I know I can't prove anything new with this evidence. Get back to the corner here. Maybe he thinks he's got me beat. He'll let his guard down a bit.
Don't keep us waiting any longer, Mr. Wright. This is a fun, decisive piece of evidence.
This is the defense's final piece of evidence.
Isn't that the victims?
Your Honor? Naturally, the court is already aware of the contents of the bottle. However, interesting new information has come to light. We've clearly identified some fingerprints on it. Fingerprints belonging to you, Mr. Tigre.
What? Mr. Wright. What conclusion are you hoping to draw from this new information?
Everyone here knows what this bottle contains. Except for one man. One person's courtroom should theoretically be in the dark.
My prints are on that fancy-looking bottle.
Is that what you're saying?
Well, what the hell is in it anyway?
A phony trial, a phony lawyer, and phony clues. Yeah, this case has been phony. It was the perfect excuse for some phony evidence. Mr. Tigre, this is such a piece of evidence that will prove your guilt. Why? Because it contains... Oh. I mean, telling him it's the medicine is probably about it. Like, telling him it's the cyanide? He'll freak out. He'll just be like,
oh god, you found it! What? No!
This bottle contains potassium cyanide.
Potassium cyanide?
The poison used to murder Mr. L, Your Honor. The victim's killer used this very bottle. On this bottle, Mr. Tigre, we found your fingerprint. Well, how do you explain that? Make a good clown, you know that? What? Who's like never gonna get this to stick? You're just making me laugh now. You think a cheap bluff like that's gonna fool the tiger? The bluff? I can see straight through you, Phoenix, right? That ain't the bottle with the cyanide in it. No. This is the bottle we found in traces of the poison. Don't mess with the tiger. He was gonna get ripped to shreds. And the bottle was brown and it was made of glass. Cheap piece of trash. It looked nothing like it. Oh, he just admitted to it. What an idiot. Got him. At last. What? What is everyone gonna call it? I said that bottle. Is the bottle you're referring to... Or is this the paper? Yeah, that's the bottle the cyanide was in. But you gotta find my prints on that bottle. That cozy looking soup for you people. The lawyer's just playing games. Tell them, Mr. Prosecutor. Tell that guy where to go. You still haven't figured it out. Did you realize what you just said? What I said? What did I just say? You were summoned to this court for the first time earlier today. It really had nothing to do with the murder. You should have known all the little details. For instance, you shouldn't have known what kind of bottle the potassium cyanide was in. Hey, just now, you slipped up in front of every single person in this courtroom. You described the exact bottle used by the killer to hold the poison. You still know who he was messing with. I'm the Tiger. I control millions of dollars on the black market. Isn't you gonna let some jump-up suit get the better of me? Sure. The last piece of evidence was phony. But that's just what you deserve. A phony trial with a phony lawyer? It's all played out by you! The biggest phony of all! Dang, calm down, bro. It's okay. Why do you look like a werewolf?
What's going on? It looks like a blackout.
Well done. Right. Flashing light warning, I guess. I saved my 17th cup of coffee just for you. Savor it. While you watch the police restrain your prey.
That's alright. We got a tiger by his toe, but if this hollers, he won't be let go. Now then, how are things going with Mr. Tigray, Mr. Godot?
He's being arrested on suspicion of the murder of Glen Elg, Your Honor.
Fortunately for us, we managed to rectify a very grave error. Miss Bird was found guilty in the absence of a genuine defense attorney.
Yes, she was. But in the absence of a genuine evidence. The tiger made one mistake.
Indeed. He very nearly got away with everything if it wasn't for that one slip of the tongue. Even Tigray is truly frightening criminal.
Huh. A truly frightening one. With the defense attorney over there. No.
Well, I'm now in a position to deliver my verdict. The court finds the defendant, Maggie Bird, not guilty.
Yeah, we did it.
That is all. This court is adjourned.
Oh boy, that took almost 2 hours. Jeez. Oh, that's just a long trial. Generated 4:10 p.m. District Court. Defendant lobby number 1. Mr. Wright, I'm at a loss for words. Thank you, sir. Congratulations, Maggie. I was so mad when Mr. Wright landed me in all that trouble a month ago. I feel like I can forgive him. Hey, that wasn't me, Maggie. That was the tiger. Look, hey, move far away. Detective Gumshoe. Oh, I guess I'll be headed off then. By the way. But wait. Detective Gumshoe? Oh, yeah? Congratulations, Maggie. Thanks. I knew you were innocent all along. Why didn't you say that in your testimony then? Uh-huh? Oh, well, I was... Well, I guess I'll be heading off then. See you around. Wait up, detective. He just ran off. Maggie, why are you being so hard on him? He busted his butt for you. Thanks to him that we got the medication bottle. That wasn't even any. It wasn't even of any use. But because Mr. Wright used it so cleverly. The Gumshoe was just running around in circles. Poor guy. But she still isn't ready to forgive him. You put in a good word for him, Nick? Yeah, I think he's right. Should help Gumshoe out. Clear he needs it. Maggie, you know, Detective Gumshoe's been really worried about you through all of this. I wanted to believe that, sir. But on that first day of the trial, I practically gave the judge a free pass to lock me up. He didn't have any choice, Maggie. He's a detective. He has to report the facts. He doubted me, that's why. He thought I might have done it. No, he didn't. I'm sure the Gumshoe really cares about her. I know. I'll give her a little present to celebrate her freedom. Where is it? There it is. Gumshoe's lunchbox, number 2. Here you are. Present to celebrate your freedom. That's a present from Detective Gumshoe, made with a ton of love. Did you last wait and he was worried about you. Detective Gumshoe. I actually really like memes, you know? You guys hear that? I'm hungry myself, you know. Yeah, the trial dragged on a bit today, didn't it? Okay if I eat this now? Well, you are free to go, so yeah. Oh, look at her. So cute. So how is it, Maggie? It's pretty good. Good. We look like the poggers. The case of the phony versus genuine comes to an end. False allegations surrounding Maggie have all been cleared up. That's good. And who knows? It'll be a whole new chapter if her life is about to start. With a little better luck. Episode 3, Recipe for Turnabout. The end. What's this? Edgeworth? Nani? Well, here we are. This is the special case. We'll get into why this is special in a second. This is a special case. As you can see, we are immediately going into trial. The girl, let her go. I have no idea what's happening. Yo, looks like a pretty cool movie. Shut up! Come closer! And I kill her! Sorry, but you're not going to get the chance. Bang! Pretty cool movie. I'm reading through the file of an old court case. First case of my long-time mentor, Mia Fey. Fugitive data. Name, Terry Paulus. Charge, kidnapping. Murder. Sentence, death penalty. Fugitive movements. After escaping, Paulus met with, and then murdered, Sergeant Valerie Hawthorne. Recaptured on Eagle Mountain about 8 hours after his escape. The very first client was a death row inmate who had recently broken out of prison. That was a whole year before me and I ever met. Six years earlier, Mia Fey, first trial. February 16th, 9:24 a.m. District Court, and lobby number 4. I'm so nervous. I'm going to die. I never should have accepted this case. Good morning. Mr. Jumpy Mia.
Yeah, I didn't do nothing, I swear. I didn't kill nobody.
Harry Falls, the first client. Sentenced to death 5 years ago, and now a prison escapee. Just relax, Mia. Make small talk and try to relax him. So why did you escape anyway?
I'm
sorry.
I didn't do nothing. I didn't kill nobody. I'll never lie. I didn't escape from nowhere.
But Mr. Falls, the police just recaptured you 2 days ago.
Sorry. I told a little lie. Boy. But anyway, I didn't do it. I never killed nobody.
Thanks for asking, but you're on death row, right? Yeah, I'm really, really sorry.
They sentenced me to die 5 years ago. I was tricked, I tell you. That woman, she lied in her testimony. That's why I got the death penalty. I swear it. I didn't kill her. I could never do that.
2 days ago, he escaped from the police wagon where it crashed. About 8 hours later, the policewoman was murdered before the police could recapture him. The police believe that Terry Falls did it. After you escaped, did you meet a policewoman?
Yeah, I did. It's the reason I escaped.
So that much is true. He was the victim.
But I didn't kill her. She was alive when I left. She was alive, it's true.
You can trust him, right? I should. Huh. Oh. I gotta figure out the truth by just staring at the guy. Why are you here? I came to see how a little kitten was doing all alone in the big, scary lion's den. I thought maybe you'd like someone to play with. Dad, here's Mr. Grossberg. Huh. That old man is probably still in bed. I bet he's clutching an empty bottle and mumbling in his sleep. Is that good enough? Well, it's me, Diego Armando. I didn't say... So, Diego Armando, the finance attorney at Grossberg Law Offices, is here for me? No. You got it all wrong. Today, you're the finest. After all, it took an amazing amount of guts to take this case. Imagine. An escaped death row convict for a first client. Yeah, thanks. Sure wish I could get out of it, though. Huh. Relax. I just heard some good news. Prosecuted for today. Fresh out of his diapers as well. Really? However, a certain somebody who I won't mention earned a reputation as a genius since beginning his law career. Genius? Well, got time to head in, kitten. Some of those claws of yours. Go time. Ah. Solitary confinement cell for the damned must be the world's loneliest place. That's what my client ran away from. A lawyer gave up on him. Not me. As for those overflowing eyes, and that simple childlike voice, I had the feeling that he was telling the truth. But what if he's not? Did you consider that? February 16, 10 a.m., District Court, courtroom number 4.
Court has such for trial, Terry Fall.
The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor.
I understand the lawyers for both sides are newcomers.
Yes, Your Honor. And Niafe.
Miles Edgeworth, Your Honor. You're the new prosecutor everyone's talking about, eh? Hey, so you joined the prosecutor's office at quite an early age.
At 20, Your Honor. This little kitten hasn't earned herself much of a reputation, though. Come on, Mia. Can't lose. Have someone younger than you.
Some young people running a trial. I'm not too sure how I feel about that. Nothing. The defendant in the case is currently a felon on death row. 2 days ago he escaped from a police wagon. Is that correct?
Precisely. The defendant is not on trial for escape from prison. On the day that the defendant escaped, a policewoman was murdered, not arrested. We're here to determine if Mr. Falls was responsible for death? You got it, kitten.
Well then, Mr. Edgeworth, let's hear your opening statement.
Yes, Your Honor. It was 5 years ago. The defendant, Terry Falls, was sentenced to death in this very court. His crimes were kidnapping, extortion, and murder. The girl he threw off the bridge was only 14 years old.
A pretty horrible crime. I remember it well. There was no decisive evidence, so the trial was long and protracted.
Correct. But in the end, what finally decided the case was a certain witness's testimony. What is his testimony? Doesn't even look like him. The testimony of Detective Valerie Hawthorne, the person who confronted this criminal. He arrested Mr. Falls at the scene and later testified against him. He said she witnessed Mr. Falls throw his young victim into the river. Those who are not aware, Eagle River is well known for its powerful current. Most bodies that fall in that are never recovered. Thank you. Miss Hawthorne's testimony was one that put him away.
The policewoman you just mentioned, that wouldn't be...
Exactly. The victim, the same woman that was killed 2 days ago. Police Sergeant Valerie Hawthorne.
Aha, I see. And a man who was sentenced to death based on her testimony escaped 2 days ago. One thing on his mind, to take revenge against the woman who convicted him. Aha! Truth is becoming clear to me now.
Huh?
Yes. It's quite obvious that the defendant is guilty.
Oh, wait a minute, that's not right. At least hear the case before you decide on the outcome, Your Honor.
Watch yourself, Miss Faye. I'm not sure I care for your words. Your word of choice. Well, your tone of voice.
Young people these days simply don't know how to respect their elders. Mike, you're even younger than me, you hypocrite.
No, then, Mr. Edgeworth, please call your first witness.
Thought Edgeworth looks so good in this. I call the detective who was in charge of the initial investigation of this case. Let me guess, Gumshoe? It's always Gumshoe. He's got a different jacket on. This is to show the passing of time. Witness, state your name and occupation. Gumshoe, Dick Gumshoe. I'm a homicide detective in charge of this case, sir. I thought I got promoted to detective division half a year ago. I don't believe anyone asked you about that. Hey, ma'am, you have any idea how much work it takes? What is it? You're really gorgeous. Excuse me? No, seriously. My heart is aching for you. Detective, hold yourself together and try to be professional. Otherwise, I'll write you up in contempt so quick that something other than your heart will ache. Okay, I got it.
Now, detective.
You're right. Don't you coming into the courtroom and throwing the shot?
Tell us about the incident.
Yes, sir. Right away. The victim was Sergeant Valley Hawthorne, a veteran on the police force. He was stabbed in the back with a knife and died from excessive blood loss.
This was already said in the autopsy report. The court would like to hear more details about the incident itself.
Yes, sir. I got you. Okay, let's take a look at this area map of the area here. This is a sketch of Dusky Bridge and Old Suspension Bridge. And the river that runs under here is Eagle River. The victim and the defendant met there on top of the bridge. After stabbing her in the back, the killer carried the victim back to his car. He was recaptured at a police checkpoint as he was trying to make his getaway, sir.
I see.
Dusky Bridge map out of the court record. Bridge located 40 feet above Eagle River. Dang.
It was the victim's blood found on the bridge.
Victim, Sergeant Valley Hawthorne, was wearing a thick coat, sir. Unfortunately, no traces of blood were found on the bridge.
Mr. Edgeworth, I warn you that I absolutely despise conjecture. There was no blood on the bridge, and here's no proof that they even met there. Your Honor.
If you would listen to the testimony we have heard, I'm sure you'll be convinced. Two of them most certainly did meet on the bridge that day.
Why, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm not sure I'd like you wagging your finger at me as though I was some poser. Detective, proceed with your testimony.
Can I do a Boston accent? I quite like my Gumshoe voice. I think it's quite good. That's what I've been doing for all 3 games. Yes, sir. Here we go, Mia. Hang on. Okay, now listen carefully, kitten. A little mistake and this guy will drink you for morning tea. Trust me and get ready. God. Don't look so well. Alright. We don't know it's Godot. But we know it's Godot. Come on, that's Godot. He looks so good with those masks. Summary of the incident. The day of the incident, and when the person phoned the sergeant and asked to meet. Sergeant Hawthorne went to Dusky Bridge and designated time met with Mr. Falls. Yeah, I mean, it probably could be funny. Also, not very great at doing, like, Boston. I mean, honestly, Boston's not that far off of what I'm doing, though, I guess. That's where she was brutally murdered, sir. The criminal stuffed her body into his car trunk and tried to make her getaway. Mr. Falls was arrested at a police checkpoint and he set up at the base of the mountain. Man, Gumshoe looks great.
Well, you certainly have established the importance of the bridge.
Naturally.
Now, will the defense please hurry up and proceed with the cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor. The cross-examination. Coming right up. Hey, sit down there, kid. Keep trembling like that, you're gonna make me pill my coffee. I'm not trembling, it's just cold in here. Courtroom could be a cold battlefield, alright. Especially for a beginner. I don't need you to worry about me. I mean, the defendant, the witness, everyone's a beginner in here. You got me there. Maybe you should keep your claws out and show them what you've got, kitten. It's okay, Mia. Stay calm. Just remember those court procedure videos you stayed up all night watching. Summary of the incident. A very special case. All day of the incident, and then the person from the sergeant. We have just that. Stabbed with a knife in the back, that from blood loss between 4 and 5 p.m. Okay. This unknown person, you have no idea who it might be, right? Sorry, but I'm afraid I do. What? One who called Sergeant Hawthorne was the defendant. There he falls.
What? The defendant? The defendant called her?
Sergeant Hawthorne was a very thorough person, sir. She left a note about a phone call with Mr. Falls. A note? Yeah, a top secret memo that she left on the desk. You're right. Like, having something happen in this game is like so ridiculous and way out of reality. That's what makes it so fun.
Oh. According to this note, it seems the one called her to the bridge was indeed the defendant, Terry Falls.
My idea wasn't to keep that note from me. Huh. Looks like the judge is even more sure of his verdict now. It's enough. Ask the question if you don't already know the answer. The detective's fault. He's the one that said unknown person. Hey, now don't make that face at me. Just said it that way because the prosecutor told me to. Was that a trap? With that cute face, I mean, he can be so sneaky. He do be kind of cute, though. He'd be looking real cute. He'd be looking like a snack. The gumshoe is the main character. Not gumshoe. The Pedrick. The fish up in the mountains. Why meet there? Because it is a very important place in the defendant. That's why.
What do you mean by that?
If you remember, 5 years ago the defendant kidnapped a young girl. He was chased under the bridge, and it was there that he killed his hostage. And the place where all of this occurred is, of course, Dusky Bridge. The very place where Sergeant Hawthorne arrested and handcuffed Miss Falls. Mr. Falls. Huh. Going to the scene of the crime. So nostalgic. That's when she was brutally murdered. Was the body of the victim discovered right away? Yeah, we were really on the ball. We found the criminal within 1 hour of the murder. It was great. You even got to say, don't move. We got you surrounded. Wait a second. Was something weird about that? The location was a suspension bridge up in the bridge up in the mountains. How did they find out about the crime so quickly? The Hawthorne must have been mentioned the phone call to someone else, right? Huh. That's what had happened. He would have been killed. She never mentioned the phone call from Mr. Falls, but she left a note on her desk about it. Only had noticed it earlier. Maybe she'd still be alive. I wonder why she didn't mention the phone call anymore. What's up, actually, confidential police material. I actually didn't read this. Calls for 30 p.m. at that bridge. Wear white scarf for identification. Talk to Dahlia. Tell her this time. The whole truth must come out. Who's Dahlia? Terry Falls. Tell your Hawthorne. And fortunate she's dead. She's kind of cute. Diego Armando. Hotshot lawyer. My senior rival at the office. But the genius? Oh, he definitely a genius. Mr. Falls had a car thing. Well, that bridge is way up in the mountains, man. The defendant and the victim both went up there by car. I mean, what else, right? What, you mean the defendant drove his own car? No, of course not. It was stolen. He stole it from a young couple that had been waiting at a red light. Car thieves? I'm not sure how I feel about car thieves. Is this guy sure about how he feels about anything? This is a photo of the stolen car's trunk. Oh dang, she really did just be in there. Naturally, it's the body of Ellie Hawthorne in there. Whoa! That doesn't look too comfortable. I'm going to add to the court record. The victim, she was stabbed in the back, correct? Yeah? Huh. For some reason, men always seem to get stabbed in the back. When does the gameplay kick in? This is the gameplay! Talking about a woman here. You can't tell from this photo, but it's stuck in her back nice and firm. The condition of the body was discussed. It's very important information. Detective, was there anything strange or noteworthy about the trunk of the car?
Here's part of the trunk, but I don't see anything strange, do you? I do. Mr. Falls was arrested at the police checkpoint at the base of the mountain. Press, maybe? What did the defendant have to say about this photo? What he always says, ma'am. I didn't do it, I did nothing. That's all he says. Nothing. I wouldn't say he did nothing. At the very least, we know he stole a car. It's just what he always says, Your Honor. And he always says... sorry, I told a little lie. Something like that. Well, in any case, it seems he was caught and arrested. Precisely. This checkpoint? So... Ooh, that's fine. That's really some impressive police work. Well, no, actually it was way too close for comfort. He said that checkpoint just after 5 p.m. I think Mr. Falls might try to run. What do you mean it was too close for comfort? Two of them arranged to meet at 4:30 p.m. Approximately 30 minutes to go from the bridge to the checkpoint. That was kind of close. Maybe later, Mr. Falls could have slipped right by. Listen up, kitten. There's a big trap waiting for you in that testimony. A trap? Look into it carelessly, you'll leave more than just a flesh wound. Fun, huh? No, it's not! Well, if you want to have any chance at all, better get some more information. You're gonna get caught in the trap. Best to get caught early. Always look for contradictions afterwards. Your famous contradiction. See if I can find something. It's definitely something with the photo. Because there is something wrong with the photo. Finding the trunk for to make a getaway. Yes. There is 100% something wrong. Yes. Present the note. Witness! What is it? Do you have something to say, Miss Faye? I'm sorry, I totally forgot what I was going to say. This is the first time I've ever had to actually address someone like that. Yes. You practice before coming to court. Honestly, Miss Faye, I'm not sure I like this. Say there, little kitten. Want a piece of my coffee candy? Candy? Well, you're still too young to be drinking real coffee. Come on, Mia. Shake it off. You're a lawyer. Isn't she like 25 or something right now? Hold on. I don't have a record for her. Dang. Detective. Yes, ma'am? This photo. You said there was nothing peculiar about it. Is that correct? Yeah, that's what I said. Well then, I suggest you take another look at the note written by the victim. The note? It very clearly says, wear white scarf for identification. The caller must have forgotten what the victim looked like. That's the special request. I have a very simple question for you, Detective. Where's the white scarf? I can't seem to find it in this photo. Well, to be honest, we didn't find it in the trunk, man. And you stopped there? You should have looked for it. There we go. The girl told her lawyer to identify herself, so I'd expect she just did that. Well, Judge Worth, what do you have to say about this? The defense is a little lacking. The scarf you were searching so desperately for is this one. Or is it this one, perchance? Ah! Where did you find that, sir? On Dusty Bridge. I was there first and decided to conduct my own investigation. Why didn't you tell me? I made a decision to keep all pieces of evidence in my personal satchel. It's the safest place I know. I'm not sure has a flair for the dramatic. It's not exactly white, as the caller requested, but as you can see, it's close enough for what it was intended for. Looks like it spent some time in the mud. Not surprising, it was drizzling on the mountain that day. Prosecutor Edgeworth. I think hiding that scarf the whole time. We wouldn't accept the scarf and evidence. About the victim at the time of the incident, not a Dusty Bridge. Now, if the attorney for the defense is finished embarrassing herself, I'd like to move on to the testimony. That is all right with you, isn't it, Miss Faye?
I would like to wrap the scarf around his smarmy little neck. I would too. But for different reasons. Very good. Now, if we're done with this mud-covered scarf business, prosecution moves to establish conclusivity, and with hard evidence that Miss Hawthorne and Mr. Falls did indeed meet on the bridge that day. Further, it will show exactly what occurred there.
That sounds quite promising. I can't wait to hear all about it.
Everything is moving at his whim. Don't forget, kid, there's a reason why everyone considers this kid a genius. A genius, huh? Now, if I remember correctly from our first trial of this game, she mentioned that she didn't exactly do well. Actually, there's an eyewitness who was there when the incident took place. His photo was accidentally taken by the witness. Shows the Vic wearing the scarf, sir. It was drizzling that day. Fortunately, it's a little hard to see what's going on. Anyway, the criminal shoved the victim down from behind and stabbed her in the back. That must have been when the scarf fell off. That would make sense.
Look at this photo. I really do be. I'm laughing. I'm laughing a lot. Every time I'm looking at it, I'm just laughing. You really get the sense that this bridge is very high up.
It's about a 40-foot drop from the bridge to the Eagle River down below.
Mr. Edgeworth, who took this photo anyway?
Let's just say it was a well-intentioned third party.
Aha, but the witness. Why is this person in the courtroom?
Well, they said they absolutely did not want to testify. The person in question is very delicate, Your Honor. Besides, as long as we have this photo, we see no reason to compel them to testify.
I'm not sure how to feel about that.
It's this photo after the court record. It's been taken by the witness. As soon as you can see, Terry Falls had both the motive and the opportunity. I think it's quite clear at this point what happened on that bridge.
Aha! The truth is becoming clear to me now.
Huh?
I can see clearly now the rain is gone. That's quite obvious. He's clearly guilty.
Not again, that's not fair. I haven't even done my cross-examination yet.
Hmm?
What do you mean, Events on Dusky Beach. Actually, there's an eyewitness who was there when the incident took place. This photo was actually taken by a witness. Who is this eyewitness? She's a college student. A female college student? That's right. And she's female and a college student, man. She doesn't do well in front of other people, so I came to testify for her. Maybe so, but as the attorney for the defense, I have the right to cross-examine her. For the time being, we're not relying on the witness's statements. That is all. What is that supposed to mean? The prosecution has other, more decisive evidence. My case doesn't rest on a vague testimony of a female college student.
A female college student, eh?
It means she's female, and the college student said. So you absolutely must hear her testimony in order to give us a good reason why.
Yeah. Be sure about this more decisive evidence in question.
Taken accidentally. The victim was wearing a scarf in the photo, alright. So about the witness who took this photo, what was this person doing at the time, or doing all the way up in the mountains? She was taking photos of wildflowers, apparently. There are many unusual types of flora on that mountain in Spain. One of the elders say it's because of the spirits that live there.
What's the spirits?
What you mentioned about this photo.
This cloudy boggling thing, is it a ghost? I don't believe it.
No, Your Honor, no, I don't think it's a ghost. Probably just some clouds, or fog. I'm gonna sneeze again. Drizzling, huh? That's right. There was a little rain coming down. The whole place was dreary. But not as dreary as the mood that's in the courtroom right now. Looks like a cold front just moved in. In any case... Oh my god. The point is that the area was quite dead. There was even some fog. I had been sleeping fell and while I was on the bridge. It's really something. Damn, Coach almost died. Is that the witness's testimony as well? Of course it is. He pushed the victim hard in the back and she fell down right on her stomach.
I remember that happening once myself. It was really brutal.
It's talking about seeing someone get pushed, or anyone getting pushed. But it doesn't mean that you push someone down like that once. If his mind-boggling tales in the way he said brutal, I wonder if he's Canadian. Huh. Maybe a nasty look for the right person. Huh? Take a look. Poor baby. Court record seems to have wet itself. Hey, watch me spill the coffee. Court record, huh? From behind? Hold up, hold up, hold up! I don't know what that one. What do you mean, from behind? I didn't notice that. Thank you. Thank you, Arnoldo. Your Honor, this contradicts the evidence. Oh. Well, it may well be.
Well, probably, and
I think it's early. That doesn't seem right, though. Because this photo clearly shows them facing each other, so why would that not contradict? Whoops. Of course it is. Push the victim. Pick up the record. In other words, there's a struggle between the criminal and the victim, huh? That's what the witness said. Well, it looks like she didn't remember about the scarf, but from what she said, it sounded like a pretty violent fight. Damn. The area was wet from rain, the bridge was probably wet too. Which explains why the scarf was all covered in mud, but... Something about the testimony that's still bothering me.
talk about a surprise.
I had no idea there was a photo. So what do I do? You still believe him? Mr. Crybaby, I mean. Of course I do. The little kitten believes in fairy tales, huh? In that case, the answer is obvious. What you believe is the truth. That means that somewhere hidden in that testimony is a contradiction. A huge contradiction waiting to be discovered. That's your chance. It's gotta be something here. Maybe the crime photo instead? Was the outfit different? He's not wearing a hat! He's also not wearing a hat. I see. So at the time of the crime, there was a light drizzle coming down, correct? Yeah, and fog too. And just a generally soggy atmosphere. Well, I have evidence that doesn't go with this soggy atmosphere.
But this is a photo of the victim's body that was found in the car trunk.
Considering the conditions at the scene of the crime, something isn't right.
Well, by all means, please lend us what isn't right.
What is it about this photo of the trunk? Oh, okay. Well, it's just not wet. Which is kind of weird. I think it's just her, no? But naturally, the answer is right here.
The victim's coat? As far as I can see, there's nothing strange about it.
That's exactly what's strange. All the testimony. What were the conditions on the bridge that day? It was drizzling and foggy. Dusky Bridge was all wet. The victim really had fallen down on her stomach on top of the bridge. Then the front of her coat should have been covered in mud.
That's exactly right. The day I fell on a muddy street and my gorgeous playoff beard was befouled.
I do admit that the crime scene was quite wet that day. However, that doesn't mean that the top of the bridge itself was muddy. Or in the shower instead of on a muddy street. Or his hockey beard pride of the League of League would be wet, but not muddy.
Fortunately, I meant to test that. Still, your point is well taken.
You think that the surface of the bridge was muddy that day? It was the bridge, huh?
Huh. Real man wouldn't stand for a taunt like that.
Think about a real woman. Of course I can. Here's the evidence that proves the surface of the bridge was muddy. The scar! Because if it fell off and it got muddy, then where was she got me too? The evidence is this scarf. Oh. It should be obvious. The scarf fell under the bridge and got this muddy. It means that the bridge was obviously covered in mud. No, I can't get wind by this novice bimbo. Hey, same to you, buddy. I mean, she may be looking like a bimbo, but she ain't. She got the assets, if you know what I'm talking about, but she also got the brains.
This phase of assertion makes perfect sense to me.
We do admit that there appears to be a contradiction between the condition of the victim's coat and her scar. However, the question is, why is there a contradiction? Huh? For every contradiction, there is just an explanation. Let's look at what the explanation is in this case. Or this case may be, shall we? Alright. Not like he's really giving me a choice here.
Huh. You're doing pretty well, the little kitten.
Mr. Armando?
No matter what he says, a contradiction always comes down to a lie. The victim discovered in the trunk? The witness's photo showing the defendant and the victim. The witness's testimony that stated she saw the moment of the murder. Let's relax and think it over. Pretty simple, isn't it?
False evidence.
One of those three. What did you say just now? I'm not sure I like that.
That wasn't me, Your Honor. It was the coffee aficionado over here that said it.
Court is not in the habit of accepting false evidence, you know.
They blame it on him, Your Honor. He's the one trying to slip false evidence into court. But we won't let him. We'll expose his evidence as the flimsy scam it really is. Yes, the false evidence in this case is the testimony. Because the photo and the body do kind of correlate with each other for the most part. It's a no-brainer. Obviously, it's the witness that's suspicious. During his earlier testimony, the detective pointed out a crucial fact. The criminal shoved the victim down from behind and stabbed her in the back. Now, is that testimony exactly what the witness claims to have seen?
Yeah, that's what the witness told us.
That testimony is filled with holes. What's wrong? The victim's coat isn't dirty at all.
That's true.
Huh. Not just true. It's the truth.
If there was a truly decisive witness in this case,
I'm certain that Boy Wonder over there would have called them in the first place. Your Honor, the defense requests to cross-examine the eyewitness. The testimony presented so far is not only vague, but contradictory as well.
Well, Mr. Edgeworth, it appears that we need to hear from your mystery witness after all.
You should brace yourself. Brutal truth.
Your Honor, the prosecution has no intention of hiding the witness from the court. Tried to present our witness at any time. Very well. Please bring forth your witness at this time.
What Mr. Edgeworth said kind of worries me. What does he mean by the brutal truth?
Now, let's proceed with the testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, please go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. The prosecution summons the woman who saw the event that day with her very own eyes. This is it, Mia. Battle begins here. I swear. I swear. It better not be... Better not be Lotta. It better not be, what's her name? Old Bag. It better be somebody new. Witness. What a name and occupation. Oh. It's you! You're so silent that I can hear their hearts going pitter-patter.
When I look at you, how can I put it? Look as scrumptious as a double-double, with a dozen donut holes. I feel like I want to hurry up and hand out a verdict just to have a bite.
Hey, not so fast. As I said before, this witness is very sensitive and delicate. I ask the court to please exercise care when addressing her.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. For a true gentleman. Miss Fay, you could learn a lot from this man.
He's a gentleman. He sure doesn't act like one to me. Sir?
Yes, my dear.
My first time, so I'm sure I'll make a lot of mistakes. Anyway, I just wanted to say I'm sorry for all the trouble I might cause.
Yes, not at all. It's no trouble at all.
Now then, may you please have your name and occupation? My name is, Melissa Foster. I'm a college student? A freshman in the literature department. Oh god, what was her name? What was her name before? What was her name in the first trial? Oh, it wasn't that. It definitely wasn't that. It was something else. It was Dolly. It was Dahlia. Her name was Dahlia. How did this happen?
I don't remember her last name, but it wasn't Foster. You were on the scene when the unfortunate event occurred, correct?
You were the one who took this photo. Was that accurate? How can you be so mean?
Oh, see here. What are you doing shoving that in her face like that?
Huh? But it's just a photograph. It's not like it's something dangerous.
Next time I'll be forced to penalize you.
Uh-oh. I don't know what the turn this is taking. Is she staring at me? It would be... Huh? I'm the defense attorney. My name is Mia Fey. I see. So you are...
Now then, young lady, would you please give us your testimony?
Yes, Your Honor. I'll do my best.
I wonder if it's actually the same person.
The witness's photograph. I was using my camera to take some pictures of wildflowers. Then I noticed there was two people standing up on the suspension bridge. Suddenly, they just started fighting. That's when I heard and took the photo that shows the crucial moment. Right after that, I called the police.
By the way, where were you standing when the incident occurred? I believe the map would be found here.
I was standing right over here. Standing in a beautiful field surrounded by tall cliffs.
Well, you took the photo from that location, eh?
I brought the camera I was using at the time. Just like Mr. Edgeworth asked me to.
Oh, what a cute camera! Just like its owner. Alright, what's in here? Alright then, Miss Fay, time for your cross-examination. I just wanna...
19. Yeah. Okay, and you're what, like 60-something? Keep it in the robes.
Yeah, but I warned you. Make the witness cry again, and you'll feel the wrath of my gavel.
I'm using my camera to take some pictures of wildflowers. I don't need to press that. I noticed there were two people sitting on the bridge acting suspicious. Is there anything strange about the two of them? I'm a bad girl. I know I am. It looked like they were having a really serious conversation up there. So I decided to watch them. Some kind of peeping Tom.
No, not at all. Everybody's like that. I love watching other people fight too. In fact, I can't get enough of it. Actually, that's why I took this job in the first place.
Too much info, Your Honor.
In any case, it's perfectly natural for me to have kept watching them, especially dressed as they were.
Well, anyway, I was watching them very closely. Really, they just started fighting. Do you have any idea what they were fighting about? No, I have no idea. Why do you ask that? Oh, I just thought that maybe you overheard what they said. Uh-oh. I would never eavesdrop. I'm more class than that.
That's right, Miss Fate. Don't drag the witness down to your level.
Yeah. When I heard I took a photo, it shows the crucial moment. Why did you take a photo? Well, the two of them are really going at it. Ever since I was a little girl, I always wanted to be a news reporter. I guess that part of me just kind of took over. It was like a line of me.
Yes, I understand completely. Even now, I can't completely abandon my boyhood dreams. I'll use my grandson to test my comedy routines on.
So you wanted to be a comedian, huh? That has any bearing on this. All I could do was to use my camera. So I took the photo of the crucial moment and gave it to the police. Right after that, I called the police. You called the police? Yes, because it looked to me like the murderer was going to try to escape.
We were already moving before the call even came in. Thanks to the victim's note, we had already started our operation. That was suddenly tough luck for the criminal, eh?
Gary Falls isn't the criminal. There must be something strange in that girl's testimony.
Be careful, kitten. One girl has the jug wrapped around her little finger. You're gonna have a tough time poking holes in that testimony of hers.
You have to come up with something really good, Nia. I think I took a photo that shows a crucial moment? I wouldn't necessarily call this a crucial moment, but sure. Witness, you said you took a photo of the crucial moment. Is this what you meant? Yeah. I like seeing this photo of two people facing each other. You testified that you saw the two of them starting to fight. That's the kind of thing we would refer to as a crucial moment. Why haven't you presented a photo like that? Well, you see, the photo we presented was only one of the only one there was. But if you really wanted to capture the crucial moment, then what happened next? You must have taken a photo of it.
Oh. Oh. Apologies, Ingrid. But Miss Faye's assertion is not without a certain amount of merit.
He's really downplay a situation, can't he? I'm sorry. I'm a very bad girl. I used it all up. The film, I mean.
You ran out of film?
This photo was the last one. What?
Unfortunately, that is the truth. The person examined all of the photographs she took that day. There were photos of the witness herself playing among the wild flowers.
The witness herself? Then who took the photos? Well, you see, the camera has a timer feature built into it. You took photos of yourself?
I remember taking some photos of myself once too.
Please, no details.
It seems that Miss Faye's assertion was not so decisive after all.
Wait, just a minute.
Well, if she had no film left, she couldn't very well take more pictures, eh?
Miss Foster, perhaps then you could tell us about the different sort of photo. Photos of the incident that you took with your very own eyes. Mr. Edgeworth, you're quite the poet.
Very well then, let's get back to the cross-examination. Let's hear your thoughts on the fight that you witnessed.
Yes, Mr. Judge. Well, this guy's really a sucker for sweet talk.
Huh. It looks like the other kitten in the room is the one that's getting all the attention.
Yeah, it's sickening. Take some pictures of wild flowers. Notice there were two people standing on the suspension bridge. Suddenly they start fighting. The victim turned around and got away. I think about 10 yards before she was stabbed in her back. 10 yards. How far away is that? Ooh, strong photo. For reference. So that right there is... God, that's a weird scale. So she clearly would have gotten... If she was standing like roughly the center of the bridge, 10 yards would only be about the end of the bridge there. But that's somewhat feasible. Do something on the suspension bridge. Suddenly they start fighting. Do you have any idea what they were fighting about? No. You have no idea why would you ask? Heard it. How dare you accuse me of eavesdropping? You're trying to run and try to run away, but the victim. Why do you think she tried to run away? With her police training, she certainly knew better than to turn her back on a criminal. This was a large, powerful man with a knife. If it had been a waggy woman like you, I'm sure she would have acted differently. Waggy? Marshy or boggy, flabby or soft. That's actually really rude. This man just called Nia flabby. That's kind of messed up.
If it had been me, I'd probably want to jump into the river.
Is there something wrong with his testimony? You got about 10 yards before she was stabbed in the back? So, you're saying Sergeant Hawthorne wasn't able to get away from him? Well, It's near a bridge and it's going back and forth. Guess both of them are in danger of falling off. I wish I could have done something to help her.
That seems to make sense.
I wonder about that. Something seems kind of off.
Huh. Doesn't know. You have a good sixth sense. You feel that something's off. That's when you need to figure out why.
Mary Falls isn't a criminal. Must be something strange in that girl's testimony.
Careful, kid. You know, if the judge wrapped around her little finger, you know, she kept on poking.
So... that's bothering me, right? Because this photo shows her on the side with the broken part of the bridge. So in theory, if she ran 10 yards, she would have gone through him. Or, what Miss Foster is trying to say is that she ran 10 yards in the other direction. Which isn't possible because there's not a bridge there. There's not 10 yards to go. It's probably this one for the broken part of the bridge. Witness! Your testimony is a joke. Huh? What? But I just...
Miss Faye! I thought I warned you not to make the witness cry.
One short testimony and two bad contradictions. There's no possible excuse!
You said there were two contradictions.
It's simple. Let's take a look at the diagram of the area. According to her testimony, the two of them are in the middle of the bridge. But if they were, both of them had turned around and tried to run. Well then...
She would have hit a dead end.
She said 10 yards, but she couldn't have ran even 5! Because Dusky Bridge has collapsed on that side. Ooh.
What does all this mean?
It's very simple, Your Honor. This charming little witness with a charming little lie. That's all there is to it.
This beautiful young lady has been lying to the court.
Just a moment, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth. Your Honor, allow me to personally apologize for the confusion.
What do you mean?
There's one major mistake in this diagram. What did you say?
What are you referring to?
Because this diagram was made after the incident occurred. It's a very old bridge. We couldn't find any official blueprints of it.
So you're saying...
I'm saying that even though this bridge is currently in disrepair, there's no evidence that can prove that the bridge was broken during the incident. That's ridiculous. Can't actually tell the condition of the bridge from this photo. I apologize to the court for not being more clear when I present the evidence. Huh. That guy is good. Huh? What do you mean? Played up from the very beginning. He's a genius, alright. The diagram of the bridge was his insurance policy. What? The coward?
Well, it's fate. Seems you've once again made a reckless accusation.
I'm so sorry. I should have been careful myself.
No. It wasn't your fault at all.
Now then, shall we go on with the trial? I'd like to establish once and for all what it was that the witness actually saw.
Indeed. All right, young lady. May I ask you to please proceed with your testimony?
But it's so hard to go on.
We're all on your side, Miss Foster. Don't worry. Just tell us what you saw.
Yes, sir. I forgot how much Edgeworth actually hurts my throat. It's such a rough voice to do. After he set her in the back, he quickly picked her up in his arms. And he carried her over to the car. Suppose that was the only way he could make sure the body stayed hid. He couldn't just leave the body on top of the bridge. I'm sorry, I'm supposed to talk about what I saw. Well, last thing was me.
Witnessing such violence must be difficult.
Yes, sir. I'm still shaken up. He accepts this testimony as it is. We're finished. Don't say that.
Oh well. We'll stop off at my favorite cafe on the way home. Make a really great mocha latte.
It wasn't over yet.
That's what I like to hear. All right, Miss Frank, your cross-examination.
Contradiction is staring you right in the face when you go on the attack.
Geez, I don't know if I'd say it's staring you right in the face, but it certainly is there.
You stabbed her in the back and he picked her up in his arms. Are you saying that the victim didn't fall down on the bridge? Actually, maybe she did fall?
Of course she didn't fall down on the bridge. If she had fallen down, this photo wouldn't make any sense.
If that was the case, her coat would have been all muddy. You don't mind, I was asking the witness?
You need to be so rude. Oh, young lady.
Of course she didn't fall down. The prison uniform grabbed her before she could.
Huh. One step too slow. But what did the defendant do after that?
Oh. You personally witnessed that? Yes.
Did anything strange happen when he did that?
Well, I don't know if you'd call it strange or not, but that's when the victim's scarf fell off.
You mean this scarf? Well, it's matched what we found at the scene. I don't see any problem.
You need to make sure the body's in here. You mean the defendant carried the body all by himself? Yes.
Considering the size of the defendant, I don't think it'd be difficult.
Yes, but let's remember they were on a narrow bridge and that was all ready to collapse. Is it possible for him to have carried a dead body on the bridge like that?
Well, the fact of the matter is that he did. What kind of talk is just silly?
Wow, that gets so emotional all of a sudden.
Miss Faye, I think there's some other possibilities. Please share it with the rest of us.
We just leave on the bridge. Why do you say that? It's already a broken down bridge hidden away in the mountains. I think more to hide a corpse would be going overboard, wouldn't it? Yes, but it's famous among hikers. I don't remember if people go up there. But it's February, right? It's raining that day, correct? There's also a small temple and a channeling dojo there. You know those monks. They just love cold, isolated places. I think the witness is trying to say that the corpse could have been found at any time. Besides, the witness is merely reporting what she witnessed with her own eyes. That's what I think. And you're absolutely certain that it was my client who was carrying the body? Well, he was wearing a prisoner's uniform, but as for his face...
You're saying you didn't get a clear look at his face?
We were far away and it was raining as well. I thought I was only supposed to say exactly what I saw.
Excellent! You're a remarkably honest young woman.
I wonder what the suspect is bothering him with what.
Hey, kitten, have you ever put salt in your coffee?
No, why would I?
Why not?
Huh?
It would actually go better with coffee than sugar, right? Listen, my point is if you're not sure, you might as well add a ton of salt to it. It might bring out the rust in something, like a piece of evidence.
That's right, Mia. Go present something. You got nothing to lose.
By the way, I wouldn't put salt in my coffee. The two don't go well after all.
But that means you have.
Okay.
The bodies they hit him? I mean... That's a long way to go, and that bridge is ready to fall apart if it wasn't already. The killer not wanting his victim to be found? I can understand that. However, the idea of moving the body for that purpose is clearly odd. It's a much easier way to make sure the body wasn't found. Also, I was thinking that too, why not just throw the victim off the bridge?
Well, what is it?
Take a look at the map of the area and you'll see how. There's a river right below the bridge. Oh, your misreader pointed out something interesting about the river.
Those who are not aware, Eagle River is well known for its powerful current. But bodies that fall in are never recovered.
Oh! In the kidnapping case 5 years ago, the victim's body was carried away and never found. If 10 murders were to occur at that same spot above the Eagle River, you can bet your boots that every other killer would have tossed the body in the water. That is true.
Order! not sure if I care for the way you put it this way. I must admit, it does seem odd not to have thrown the body into the river. Oh, Miss Edward?
Ugh, that was sad. Perhaps Miss Fay would do well try taking a dip in the river herself. After all, she'd be such an expert in the ways of nature. What are you talking about? My point is that no matter how odd you may find the killer's method of body disposal, the fact is that this is what the killer did. None of your arguments have anything to do with what the witness saw.
Quite true. Miss Fay, it seems that your assertion is without merit after all.
But what the witness claims to have seen is totally ridiculous. Surely you can't deny that the body was found in the trunk of the car.
That's certainly consistent with what the witness has told us.
Ugh. Please, witness, go on with your testimony. I'll try. All you have to do is tell us only what you saw. Otherwise, the mean lady might yell at you again. What's he talking about? Alright, I'll do my best. Don't call me mean. They stabbed her in the back, he picked up his arm, and he carried her in the car. They broke into the trunk, with the stolen car, and hid the body in there. Didn't leave the body on the bridge. Yeah, don't put something in the coffee. Broke into the trunk. Does that make sense? I mean, it definitely does, right? Because the trunk is all beat up. Wait. I'm sorry, but if he stole it, wouldn't he have the keys? How would he break in? He wouldn't need to break. He would just have the keys. He could just open it. Well, okay. Well, maybe he couldn't just open it. I guess I don't think of it either. I guess what's up with this? What did the man do then? Well, naturally, he got in the car and was about to flee. That's when I came to my senses. I said to myself, you have to call the police. And so that's when you called the police. You're sure that you saw all that with your own eyes? Yes, I'm 100% certain. If it wasn't this, then there'd be the map, because there's no way she could have seen them. Yeah. Well, Miss Foster, it looks like you've done it this time. Done what? Made a crucial mistake.
Crucial mistake? Like what, Miss Fay?
You could have broken into the trunk of the stolen car and hid the body in there. You're saying you saw that, right? With your very own eyes? Yes, and? The number one rule of improv? Yes, but it's simple, Miss Foster. Take a look at the diagram. The place you claim to have been taken the photo from that day is here. You see what I mean? Even if you try to see the car, this outcropping of rock is directly in the way. That's right, Miss Foster. From where you were standing, you could not have possibly seen the killer's car. I admit that the diagram shows a large outcropping of rock. However, it isn't so tall that it would stop her from seeing the car. That's right. It's not that high at all. I was able to see his car just fine. I'm so sorry, but that just doesn't wash. I believe it was the witness who presented this as evidence to the court, yes? This was the location the photo was taken from. Your own photo tells the whole story. You can clearly see that the left side of the bridge. But the outcropping that is being referred to is really more like a cliff.
Oh!
Your view should have been completely cut off by this cliff. But you still claim to have been able to see the killer's car. No!
Ah! Order! Order in the court! What's the meaning of all this ballyhoo?
Your Honor, don't jump to any hasty conclusions. The fact that the escapee fled in a stolen car was reported on the news.
After witnessing a murder, I'm sure you can appreciate that the witness was very upset. She must have heard about the stolen car and convinced herself that she saw it.
But she was repeatedly warned before starting her testimony. She was able to testify only about what she saw with her own eyes.
Oh.
Mr. Judge?
What is it?
I think I must have remembered things wrong. Hey, wait a minute, you can't just say that.
Miss Fey, no one on the face of the planet is perfect. Yes, indeed. Quite true. You know what they say. There is human, to forgive divine. I'm glad to give the benefit of the doubt to our witness here.
What? That's not fair. Totally fair. He's cute. That's it. Huh. Save the tears for later, kitten. Mr. Armando?
Don't look back until the trial is over. Now it's time to go forward.
But that wasn't fair.
Okay, kitten, you need to relax. You need to remember. The kitten's testimony?
I broke into the trunk of the stolen car and hid the body in there?
So tell me, how did she know that? How did she know that he broke into the trunk?
Uh-huh.
Well, Miss Foster? Well, you could explain how you knew that. There are a lot of very suspicious people on this side of the courtroom. Well, witness?
I'm certain that he broke the trunk because there was marks on the trunk lid. I'm certain they were scratch marks from when he broke into it.
What? Let me see the photo. It's true. It certainly looks like scratch marks on the keyhole. Obviously the trunk has been broken open. Miss Fey, are you satisfied?
This is on her side. I can't make any mistakes here.
She just said.
Is there a contradiction there somewhere?
Probably. I'm hoping there is.
Melissa Foster. It looks like you finally betrayed yourself. What? You said you were in a field taking photos of wild flowers. Even so, you knew about the scratches. You should just win. When did you get a chance to see these scratches?
That is true.
Finally. Finally got her.
Huh. I'm getting pretty tired of waiting over here. Perhaps it would be faster if Miss Fey explained herself.
Your Honor, there's only one possible explanation. The reason the witness had seen the scratches was...
Oh.
she put the corpse in herself. There's only one way that the witness had a chance to see those scratches.
Yes, what is it?
Naturally, when she opened the trunk and stuffed the corpse in herself. The person who really hid the body in the trunk of that car was Melissa Foster. It was you that did it, wasn't it? That's ridiculous. I could never. It was the man in the prison car. He's the one that... I don't think so, Miss Foster. Mr. Falls had been the one that put the corpse in the trunk. They just simply used the car key. Doesn't need to break it open. But he stole the car. He stole from a young couple that had been waiting at a red light. It means that the key would have still been in the ignition. Oh, I see. Thank you for telling us about the scratches, Miss Foster.
About that, we would have uncovered the truth.
That it couldn't have been Mr. Falls that put the body in the trunk.
Preposterous! It suggests that the witness had put the body in there. If that were true, then how do you explain the photo that she took? The corpse could only have been put in the trunk when the incident occurred. We already know that at the time she was taking photographs.
There's a chance, Mia. Finish this thing. On the contrary, I'm not so certain about that anymore, Mr. Edgeworth. Guess we need to think deeply about it. What I'm saying is the shutter for this may not have been pushed by Miss Foster herself. It has a timer. Let's take another look at the camera. See what features it has, shall we? There's a timer built into it. Even a mini tripod. Why? It's almost as if she had brought this camera just to take this picture. Ooh.
What are you trying to say then, Miss Fey? That when the crime occurred, Miss Foster wasn't in the field as she claimed?
Well, if she really did use the camera's auto-timer, the answer is yes, she was somewhere else. Exactly. She was not in the field.
Will the defense please explain further?
Listen, this is a crucial point. Where was Miss Foster when the incident occurred? Answering that question, I also make clear Miss Foster's true identity.
Well then, please answer this question. Where was Melissa Foster?
Probably over here by the car? Be my guess. Or... Why can't I check the court record? Maybe she was here. Because the scarf wasn't actually white. Then she wouldn't have known that. Naturally, the witness is right here!
But that's a victim, Miss Optimus. Order! Miss Frey, what on earth?
Your Honor, if I may. After parting with the victim on the bridge, the defendant fled by car. But this would mean that there was no time to put the victim in the trunk. In other words, someone put the body in the trunk. It could have only been before the defendant met the victim.
How asinine! Of course, Mr. Falls met the victim. The person with the opportunity to put the victim in the trunk was the same man that killed her, Terry Falls.
You still don't understand, do you, Mr. Edgeworth? At the time the witness's photo was taken, the victim was already dead. The person in the photo is not Valerie Hawthorne.
What? Never heard anything more ridiculous in my entire life. Who exactly is the victim in this photo?
It's obvious, isn't it? You're on witness.
What?
Only a possible explanation. The woman that Mr. Falls met with on the bridge that day was not Valerie Hawthorne. It was you, Melissa Foster. Me? Let's remember that it was raining and foggy on the mountain that day. Mr. Falls himself believed that the woman in front of him was Valerie Hawthorne.
The defendant knew Valerie Hawthorne very well. After all, she was the woman whose testimony helped get him convicted.
But since then, my client has spent 5 years in a federal penitentiary. He couldn't remember exactly what she looked like anymore.
Just making this up as you go along. Where's your proof?
And all right here. Piece of evidence will blow this case wide open. At the time of the incident, Mr. Falls had forgotten what Valerie Hawthorne looked like. That's why he asked her to wear a scarf. Mr. Falls had forgotten the victim's face. That's why he needed some piece of identification. Mainly this muddy scarf. It was Mr. Falls who requested that she wear this scarf to identify herself. It's already been proven by the note the victim left. In other words, as long as she were wearing a scarf like he asked, anyone could have pretended to be Valerie Hawthorne. Well, what do you have to say to that, Melissa Foster? Oh, she collapsed. Oh.
Where's Miss Foster?
She's collecting herself in the lobby. It's obvious that Mr. Foster did it. She hid the body in the trunk and disguised herself as the victim. She set up the camera to snap a fake photo of them together. The only question is, why did she do it? That's not obvious? She's a real culprit.
Huh. Well, we'll have to wait for Miss Foster to compose herself before we start again. It's quarters in recess. Friends of the prosecution are both to wait in their respective lobbies.
Yes, Your Honor.
Understood. Very well. It's quarters in recess.
Ooh. I have a feeling we have quite a bit to go. But also...
maybe not, maybe not.
Alright. I need to get more water, because my throat is killing me, and I have literally chugged my entire water bottle. I'm gonna be right back again. So I can go refill it, and we'll actually finish this up right now. And then we'll be done. When we're done with this trial. Hopefully it's not super long. Oh man. Wampter indeed. Gotta get on that wamp. I swear, do not expect this much energy, this much range, these ridiculous voices, nearly as much for Fire Emblem, because my god. I don't know if I can sustain it. I say as someone who would love to be a voice actor, having a hard time just playing a video game. Look, man, voice acting is hard, alright? Like, they go through so much water. Regardless, with water obtained, we're gonna push through this. We're gonna get through this as quickly as possible. Which means I'm gonna stop making mistakes. But also, I'm probably not. February 16th, 1:14 p.m. District Court. Defendant lobby number 4. Mr. Yeah, I'm sorry. I want to say thanks. You're really good. You really hooked me up. Thanks. We're almost there. Once I prove that she committed the crime. Yeah, there's one more big obstacle we've got to get past. That obstacle? Yeah, motive. Mr. Foster killed the policewoman anyway. Motive? Huh. Anyway, we're still badly in need of information. Information? Right. What we need the most is info about Melissa Foster herself. All we know is that she's a student studying literature. One more thing. What is it? Incident that happened 5 years ago, of course. The kidnapping murder case that Zebra Boy is on death row for. I didn't do nothing. I didn't kill nobody. I never lied. Mr. Falls, in that case, tell us more about it. About what happened 5 years ago. Okay, I'll trust you. That day 5 years ago, I dream of it every day. This picture reminds me of everything. Brains looks the same. Just like that 5 years ago. Look, it can fall apart. Fall apart any minute. It's been broken like that for at least 5 years. Huh.
Sorry, buddy, but you sound like the one that could fall apart any minute. Yeah, true. I did. I did kidnap her. 5 years ago. I kidnapped my girlfriend. Dahlia Hawthorne.
The plot thickens. I was so confused. I was like, what? Why is her... That doesn't make any sense. Why is her name is Dahlia? Your girlfriend? Huh?
Hey, hold on there. Did you just say Hawthorne?
The victim's last name.
Dahlia Hawthorne. Valery's little sister.
What? You serious?
The girl. Let her go.
The girl, let her go! I tried water. Sorry, but you're not going to get the chance. The detective back then was Valerie Hawthorne. Yeah, she was a cutie, though. At first, I thought shooting someone for a kidnapping was crossing the line, but it's to protect her little sister. I don't understand why she did it.
You're wrong. No protect sister. Valerie betrayed me. Betray us.
What do you mean she betrayed you?
Everything. All lies. All make-believe. Kidnapping, too.
Think you did kidnapping?
Dahlia. My girlfriend. My love. My teen angel.
Ugh, you actually say my teen angel? You've seen one too many soap operas.
I do anything she says. Anything Dahlia says.
Anything Dahlia said? Hold on a minute. What you're saying is that the kidnapping 5 years ago was planned by...
Yeah. Me and Dahlia. And Valerie, too.
Valerie was in on it?
Dahlia's family rich. Jewelry business. We get one jewel. That's what we thought. And me and Dahlia wrote a kidnap note we sent to her dad. Asked for a $2 million diamond. Tell him make exchange on Dusty Bridge. And tell him Valerie make transfer, because she knew detective. Having a police detective in your pocket is a useful thing, alright. In the end, you were planning on splitting the 2 million 3 ways, huh? Yeah, but that woman. That woman, Valerie, she'd do it for real. She shoot at me for real, me and Dahlia. It was shots in the arm. Dahlia. She jumped in river.
Jump? You don't mean she jumped on purpose, do you?
I couldn't do it. I could never push her. Anyway, I blacked out. Wake up with police all over. And that's when they decided to give you the death sentence. I couldn't believe it. That woman, she betrayed me.
That man, Terry Fox. Terry Falls. He killed her. He threw her off the bridge. You're my beloved sister into the roaring river 40 feet below. In other words, what I'm hearing, you got a con for the con artist.
These 5 years, I wonder is why? Why did she lie? That's all I want to know. So that's why you called her. Wanted to hear the truth from Valerie herself. Yes, but I forget what she looked like, so I tell her to wear a scarf. I don't want to hurt her, just ask why. Why? Why did you lie? Why did you betray me? I want to hear an answer come from her mouth, that's all.
That's why. That's why you made a crazy escape like that.
Just one thing, zebra boy. My senses are tingling all over. Tell me, Mr. Falls. Where is it?
Huh? Where's what?
Come on now, kitten. The ransom. $2 million diamond. You remember that now?
Did you give it back to Pops? Did the police take it?
I don't know.
Huh? You don't know?
No, really, I don't know. It's gone. With Dahlia.
With Dahlia?
That day, on the bridge. Dahlia put it in the backpack. Now gone. With Dahlia. Gone. River. The Eagle River. Ooh.
It disappeared with Dahlia, huh? Wait a minute.
Well, you can come back in now. Ready to go.
Mr. Falls, just one more question. When you said with Dahlia, the diamond is still missing? Along with the body of Dahlia Hawthorne?
Never found her, my sweet Dahlia.
I never found her.
Stolen by River. Gone. Dahlia, my teen angel.
You're a teen angel. How old was she anyway?
Just 14.
14? It's her rubbing cradles before diamonds. This was 5 years ago. Dude. Dude. Dahlia Hawthorne deceased. Okay. Suspicions are alive. Plans of fake kidnapping disappears into the river with a rock worth 2 mil. And oh man, angels these days. Falls takes the fall and gets a one-way ticket to death row. Dahlia Hawthorne an angel, or is she really a... It's time, kitten. Looks like we have a few more aces up our sleeve now. You bet. Diamond under the court record. Spinning wheels come off now, Mia. You gotta strike while the iron is hot. That's one of my rules. Remember it. It is good though. No, obvious. It's not obvious. 1:49 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 4. Look at the boy.
Now then, let's continue with the trial of Mr. Terry Falls. Witness, are you feeling better?
Yes, Your Honor. I'll try my best.
You're a brave young lady.
Not this again.
I can understand a defense lawyer wanting to get her client off the hook. However, trying to pin the crime on an innocent student is...
What are you talking about?
My witness is not the person on trial here. She's an innocent bystander who witnessed a violent crime. That's all. What possible reason would a girl like this have for murdering a policewoman? It's certainly hard to imagine that someone is a murderer.
A motive, huh? I figured that's what I had to establish next.
Well, I'm just saying, do you have any evidence for a motive?
Yes, of course. I think.
You're still acting as tame as a kitten.
Mr. Armando.
Listen. It's someone who smiles no matter how bad it gets. Smiling on the outside while your guts are twisted in knots is the mark of a pro.
Maybe so, but I wish I would quit. I wish I would quit gritting it like that. Excuse me? May I speak, Mr. Judge?
Oh, of course. Mr. Judge is ready anytime you like.
I'd like to say something. People here are suspicious of me, right? That's why? I at least wanted you, Mr. Judge, to know that it's not true.
I see, you're such an honest and upstanding young lady.
Looks like the witness is a real professional.
What do you mean?
Look at that 100-watt smile. Just when things are darkest for her, click, she lights right up.
Very well then, let's see what the witness has to say.
I was out of the country until the year before last. When I entered college, I don't know if I've even been to Eagle Mountain before. I certainly don't have any reason for wanting to hurt a police officer. Holding a grudge and killing the officer testified against you 5 years ago? For kidnapping a poor girl, I just think the defendant is a terrible, horrible monster.
Out of the country, eh?
Precisely. Furthermore, she has the possible motive for committing murder.
Indeed.
Look the bat, kitten. Sharpen those claws and put on your best smile. You bet. Somehow I'm tired of this case. What? The country. So, what country were you living in then? We were out living abroad, but my parents were killed.
It was a brutal civil war. She had to try to make her way back home while we were alone.
Lost everything. I didn't even have any personal identification. What kind of sob story is this? Like, dude, should I press her for details?
Yeah, of course.
The witness, answer my question. I'll even repeat it for you. What country were you in?
Your Honor, this line of questioning is childish. What country she was in and how many languages she may speak is irrelevant here. What we're here to evaluate is whether this witness has any connection to this case.
I've heard about ever since I was a little girl. But I could never have known Mr. Falls or Detective Hawthorne. Yes, I think we've established that point.
Yes, indeed. Brother, and that what you're saying to the official testimony?
Yes, please, Mr. Judge. Okay. Not sure I didn't know either the victim or the defendant. You didn't know either person. You certain of that? Yes, I'm afraid I'm rather shy of people.
Oh, well, that can't be helped.
Why is he just agreeing with everything that comes out of her mouth?
First time you saw either of them was when they were on the bridge, correct?
Yes, it really was a coincidence. I should call it, I've never been to Eagle Mountain. So what made you decide to go to Eagle Mountain anyway? Just love being outdoors. Picnics, hiking, you know, that sort of thing. You don't look like much of a hiker to me, but you look like a digger of sorts. Eagle Mountain is a 2-hour drive from here. No train jump through there. There are plenty of mountains that are closer and easier to get to. Well, I went there once with the college hiking club. I fell in love with the stark, desolate beauty and its cold yet romantic gloominess. I didn't know you were such a goth. By the way, what's the name of your college? The prosecution objects to any question that involves the witness's private life. All that matters is that she is a material witness to a crime. The witness doesn't need to respond to questions that are clearly malicious in intent. Thank you, she's really gone too far.
Miss Faye, you're turning on thin ice here.
I said anything, talk about sensitive. There's no reason why I'm a police officer. Perhaps, but your behavior that day was very suspicious. Maybe you contradicted yourself here in court, but you know things you shouldn't. For example, the scratches on the trunk of the car. Well, that's...
Unfortunately, Miss Faye, your last statement proves nothing.
No, really, and why is that?
This came to the police station once to identify the suspect. It's entirely possible that at the time an officer showed her this photo. That seems like a rather serious mistake.
Huh. It's the oldest trick in the prosecutor's book. That's not fair. This wicked inmate will never be able to forget that horrible day. A grudge? Well, the policewoman's testimony was crucial, wasn't it? Crucial in getting the defendant sentenced to death?
Yes, and that's precisely why he harbored such a deep anger against her. So much anger that he forgot his own guilt.
My client has always maintained that he's innocent in those charges. He was rather forgetful, my opinion. Not only did he forget about what he did, but forgot he forgot what words are. He forgot the poor policewoman as well. What do you mean by that? Your client. He forgot what the detective looked like, right? It's too bad for her that he didn't forget about her testimony as well. Yeah, she's right about that. Mr. Falls is kind of forgetful. You said he forgot what the detective looked like. What do you mean by that? Well, he couldn't tell who she was without some kind of identification, right?
Quite right. That's why the victim was wearing a scarf as identification.
Why, if I had been wearing a white scarf that day, he probably would have tried to kill me.
That's true. He's clearly a bitter man.
It's bad. Mr. Falls' reputation just keeps getting worse and worse. I think it's best not to poke too deep. What should I do with the last statement? End of the testimony. Your Honor, what the witness just said right now is tremendously important. I'd like it added to the official testimony.
Prosecution has no objection. After all, the defendant is a killer and a mentally unbalanced one at that. Testimony only helps to further prove that point.
No, that's not why I...
Enough! Witness, if you would.
My pleasure, Mr. Judge.
Alright.
Guess I'm lucky I wasn't wearing a white scarf. Have we got over that? You got over that with her? Would she know that? Also, the scarf's not white. I mean, like, that's just, like, clearly, it's not white, but it's like a baby blue. But that's semantics. We don't care about that. I'm more concerned about the fact that why does she know about the white scarf? I don't trust it. I don't trust her. But I'm right. Witness. Let's look at this photo you took. It's hard to see in the photo, but every time you look at it, it just makes you laugh. The scarf. The victim wears identification.
Oh, you're talking about this scarf right here, eh?
Yes, that's it. The scarf the policewoman was wearing. We've got her now. Just don't mess up. But that's strange. In your testimony, you said the following. I guess I'm lucky I wasn't wearing a white scarf.
White?
This is a scarf you identified as belonging to the victim. But it certainly doesn't look like... It doesn't look white to me. Oh.
Well, it was foggy that day, and it was raining as well. Not surprising that she mistook it for white.
Sorry, but not this time. Let's just confirm that this was the victim's scarf.
Yes, but what's the significance? The truth of the scarf doesn't look white, but...
There's only one explanation for this mix-up. Here's why the witness of the scarf with white is... probably the note, right? Where is it? Yeah, the note. Because the note said it was supposed to be. Witness. Have you ever seen this note? No. No, never.
It's top secret evidence. There's no reason that you would have.
Ah. I wonder about that. What do you mean? This note shows Mr. Fall's instructions to the victim regarding their meeting. It says, wear white scarf for identification.
White scarf? Ah.
Witness, you knew what this note said. And it's because you knew that you slipped up and mistakenly said white scarf. Well, Miss Foster? No.
Order. Mr. Edgeworth, waiting for an explanation.
I'm quite sure this note wasn't leaked to the public. And yet, this witness knew exactly what the note said. At the time of the murder, the number of people that knew were quite limited. Jerry Falls is one. The person who wrote the note, Valerie Hawthorne, is another. Finally, one more person.
Did you say one more person?
That's right. Person that no one would have suspected. Figured it out, kitten? Yep. The person that knew the contents of the note was... Melissa Foster. Right?
They just proved that she did.
Hang on there, kitten. What is it, Mr. Armando? Here, I made some special cafe con leche for you. Don't know if any of that's correct, but who cares? I'm not a coffee addict like this guy is. Put in plenty of sugar. Drink it up before it gets cold. Don't be shy. Why are you doing this? Your brain needs stimulation. Drink some of this and then think it over again. Listen, keep messing up like that and you're gonna get the judge mad.
Miss Faye, don't just stand there casually drinking coffee. Oh, that was big. That was a big one.
Oops. It's too late. But Your Honor, there's one more person. One person besides Mr. Fall, the victim, that knew what the note said. We're gonna see. If that's the case, then... That's right, a person that no one would suspect. There's definitely one person that nobody would suspect. Definitely one other person it could be. Miles Edgeworth! That person is... Dahlia Hawthorne.
Dahlia Hawthorne? Never heard of that name before.
Look at the victim's note. This is what it says. Talk to Dahlia. Tell her this time. There's her name right there.
What's this? Who is that person? It's Dahlia Hawthorne.
Miss Faye must be desperate if she's trying to bring the dead back to life.
Dead?
Dahlia Hawthorne was the victim's deceased younger sister. She was killed in a crime 5 years ago.
You don't have a crime. You don't mean...
Yes, she was kidnapped and killed by Terry Falls. You said she was killed, but was she really? What are you implying? Of course, people thought she had died 5 years ago. fell off a dusty bridge and was lost in the river. However, the corpse was never found. She was declared legally dead 5 years ago. As far as the law is concerned, Dahlia Hawthorne is officially dead. But the fact remains that her body was never recovered. Dahlia Hawthorne was 14 years old 5 years ago. If she were still alive, she would be 19 now. Melissa Foster. I believe that's the same age you are. Ah. Even you couldn't. Miss Faye, you're not sane. But I am. It's precisely what I'm saying. This witness before us is the girl that was kidnapped and killed 5 years ago. This girl's in fact Miss Dahlia Hawthorne.
What? I'm so confused.
Nice work. That was like tossing a grenade into a 3-alarm fire. Unless you can tie all the loose ends together. Nothing but a hit-and-run arsonist. I understand. If I can expose her true nature, I can turn this whole case on its head. Here's my chance to make this right squirm.
The witness! Who are you anyway?
I didn't think it'd come to this. That's enough. You don't have to say any more, witness. Yes, I understand.
What? Mr. Edgeworth, explain yourself.
I have an admission to make. I thought the defense would pursue the matter this far.
You don't mean...
Yes. The prosecutor's office isn't filled with fools, you know. Naturally, we conduct full background checks on all of our witnesses. But what did he say? Huh. Looks like the kid's... It looks like the kid knew. They were tried to it from the get-go. No, wait, but then why? If you hadn't revealed their secret, he wasn't going to say anything about it. All he wanted was your testimony, so he made a little trade. Let me introduce you to the victim's younger sister, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne.
But, I thought she died 5 years ago.
We thought so as well, but as you can see... Why did she hide her identity for 5 years? It has nothing to do with the current case. She was merely an accidental witness to a crime. Accidental? I don't believe that for a minute. The past 5 years she's been playing the role of a victim. And now we find her acting suspiciously at the scene of another murder. Really, Miss Faye, I must say your strategy here is painfully obvious. You're trying to pin the client's crime on an innocent witness in order to win. At any cost. How dare you? Please, let us take a moment to think. 5 years ago, this girl was kidnapped and nearly killed. Even worse than that, 5 years later, Dahlia Hawthorne lost something much more precious. Her big sister. Miss Faye must be insane to even suggest that she murdered her. What?
I'm inclined to agree with the prosecutor's logic. Miss Faye, do you have any evidence to back up your assertion? What possible reason would the witness have for killing her beloved sister?
Well, you see, I thought I was winning. Somehow he's turned it around on me. Huh. You need a push in the right direction, Clifford. The defense is prepared to present evidence supporting our claim. Ah, that wasn't me. That was this guy. Oh my god! Oh boy, hi, thank you, Omen TP. Omen Raid, we made him laugh. Dang, well, thank you. 7 people, I very much appreciate that. Hello! Oh my god. We made him hold in chuckle, we made him laugh. How's it going? It's going great! My throat hurts. We're doing great. It's rough. Voice acting is hard. Oh my god. Duh. Sonic 2644. Thank you for the follow. I'm never ready for any of these. Ah, I see. And another Sherwood. That's another follow. Oh god. Thank you. Everyone coming in. Man, well, thank you. I have quite a lot of joy. Telecast.
やれだぜ。
Telecast RR Telecaster? Something like that. Along those lines. I hope that's not wrong. Ugh. Well, we are actually kind of nearing the end here. I think. But thank you to all of you. I greatly appreciate it. Very kind. Very kind. It's been a while since I've gotten a raid. That is totally fine. Understandable you don't want the spoilers. Part 9 hype? I mean, we're only on part 6 as far as the anime is concerned. I'm still on part 5 because I'm very behind. So I need to get on that. I don't know. There's something about part 5. I just haven't been able to just like sit down and finish it. I don't know why. I got, I think it was 8 episodes in, and then I just like stopped watching. I don't know what happened. It's not that I dislike or anything. Like I'm very much enjoyed it. I just stopped. I just couldn't keep going. Guess I'm just busy. I don't know. Regardless, we are kind of closing in here. For anyone that doesn't know, this is case 4 or chapter 4, whatever you want to call it. What do they call it? Episode 4 of Ace 3 Trials and Tribulations. So if you don't want spoilers, fairness, this is technically in the past, which I guess is somewhat of a spoiler of itself. But we should be closing in near the end of this case here, just based on the general flow of it. My knowledge of it, having gone through the 2 games prior to this, literally before this one. If you don't want spoilers, now would be a good time to leave before we keep going. But that's where we are. If you already know what happens, don't spoil it for other people. We just had a big revelation, so. But we will. Not that it's necessarily that big. It's pretty obvious as far as the cases go. I mean, you know how it is, right? They show you a character, and you're like, "Oh, there we go. We know who it is." And it's just a matter of finding out how and why. But that's where we are. All right, we got this handsome devil on our screen right here. This amazing guy. Look at him. Coffee eye. He's got great hair, honestly. A question. What is the question? I will answer it if it is a valid question. If it's not like way out of what is my favorite, as in general, or out of the Ace Attorney franchise? Because those are 2 different answers. Because Ace Attorney is not my favorite game. In general? Ooh. That's always a hard question. I hate that question so much. Because I can never pick. I always feel bad picking one game. Because I love so many different games. But I'm probably going to give it the P5. Persona 5. Specifically Royal. That's the one I played. Which you can find on the VOD channel. All of it's there. It's a thing. Whole game. The whole thing. Great game. Love it. Honestly, want to go back and 100% it at some point. Don't know when I will. The music is honestly, that's what really got me to go into it. I started listening to some of the music, and I was like, man, something happened with Tokyo Ghoul. Something about Unravel, man. Unravel is such a good song. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to be listening to this song so much, I better just watch the show. Read the manga. Never got around to reading the manga too much. Watch 3 of the 4 seasons. I'll get to the 4th one. I took a break from it because I needed something lighter. I think part 5 had like recently come out too, when I had finished the 3rd season of Tokyo Ghoul, which I love Tokyo Ghoul. It's very good. From what I understand, the manga is much better than the anime. But the anime I thought was still pretty good. I enjoyed the 3 seasons I've seen, and season 4 was definitely set up very well. but I have not seen it yet, so. Yeah, that's how I felt. I was like, I have no idea who this guy is. I've never heard of this series before. And then as I started looking into it more, I was like, I would love this. This is like everything I like. There is no reason for me to not play this game, except for the part that it's an exclusive on PS4. PS3? Well, Persona 5 originally was on PS3, right? And then it was, I think, ported to PS4 as well. And then Royal came out like 2 or 3 years later or something like that. And I did not own a PlayStation 4 until like a year ago? 2 years ago? 2 years ago now. Yeah, 2 years ago. Which is unfortunate, but it was a great time though. I literally bought it for that. I bought a PS4 just so I could play that, and also Final Fantasy VII Remake. Haven't gotten to that yet. I'll get to it. And a few other games. There's a few other things on there. I also got it for Strive, which was nice. Great time. Strive's great. If you like fighting games, play Strive. Amazing netcode. Literally play people in Japan. No problem. It's like I'm playing offline. It's great. Best game. Best game. Best fighting game. Not actually. My favorite fighting game is Under Night, but that's... Unfortunately, that game has no online. Because it's not rollback. Anyways, enough of this random garbage. Let's keep going. Honestly, the whole Persona franchise has great music. I think we've had enough empty threats from you, old man. What makes you think they're empty, boy? Because your protege looks like she's sweating bullets. Ah! Yeah, I'm sweating bullets. You think you're in a tough spot, huh? Of course, aren't I? No. Just arrived at the moment of truth, that's all. Whether you win or lose, it's up to you. But me? The rashness of youth. How charming. That's coming from someone younger than me.
Now then, let's not waste any more time.
Who am I playing as? I am currently Mia. Mia Fey. But we'll be back as Phoenix, I assume, very soon.
Miss Fey, what motive would this witness have for murdering her own sister, Valerie Hawthorne?
Probably not the diamond, right? Because she had the diamond. However... Talk to Dahlia. Tell her this time the whole truth must come out. It's probably that, right? He wanted to keep her silent, that way this wouldn't get out. She could continue to live her life as not Dahlia Hawthorne. That would be my guess. And I hope I'm right, because I don't have any more failures available. The story starts after Terry Falls escaped. He called Valerie and told her he wanted to meet. This is the note she left. It says, talk to Dahlia. Tell her this time the whole truth must come out. Valerie Hawthorne gave Dahlia a warning. Told her she was going to reveal the whole world the truth.
The whole truth?
It was a dangerously important secret between Valerie and Dahlia. That's the reason Dahlia felt she had to kill Valerie. Keep her mouth shut permanently.
Ooh!
A terrific story, Miss Fey. Feel like fiction, that is. Lighten the court, Miss Fey. What was this secret that was so important? Where's your evidence?
Dahlia and Valerie Hawthorne and Terry Falls. Only one important secret that connects them all.
Oh, yes, I know the secret. Your Honor, the defense would like to request further testimony.
What testimony?
I know the trilogy, which is what I'm playing this on, is on Steam, and so is the Great Ace Attorney trilogy, or collection that just came out. There's also all the originals. They've been ported a bunch of times. A bunch of them are on the Wii, as well as the 3DS and DS. From what I understand, the originals, like the first Ace Attorney and Ace Attorney 2, are like Game Boy Advance games. I don't know how true that is, but I was doing some like research and that seemed to be correct. I always thought they were DS games, but I mean, I guess it was 2001, right? So That would put it in Game Boy era. So they're like all over the place if you just look around. They're on a whole bunch of Nintendo consoles. Outside of Nintendo, there's only a couple on Steam. You can technically emulate them. You know, Nintendo won't be happy about that. But that is an option. I guarantee you can find all of them. Unfortunately, I don't think any of them have ever been ported to the Xbox. You'd probably have to go emulate them. Which I'm sure Dolphin would work for that. Or there's 3DS and DS emulators out there. Jank. Oh yeah, actually, some of them might be on iOS too. Might be on. Oh yeah, because they've done like App Store, like ports for a couple of them as well. But other than that, they're not really too far outside of emulating them or buying the trilogy on Steam. Kind of gotta get the original hardware and get the original copies. Or, I mean, watch people play it. I'm not gonna sit here and act like Ace Attorney is one of those games that has immense replay value. You gotta play it once, and you understand everything that happens, and that's it. You forget what happens in the trials and stuff. Like, that happened with me, and like, I almost failed a couple of trials in Ace Attorney 1, despite the fact I knew everything already, because I'd gone through it. Yeah, the trilogy's on Switch, it's on Steam. I think that's it. I think it's just Steam and Switch. Regarding the kidnapping 5 years ago, I believe it will explain a lot of things. There's the nature of the important secret between the Hawthorne sisters.
Very well. I'll grant your request for further testing. I know it will be painful for you, but can you enlighten us once more, my little maple leaf?
Don't call her that. Yes, I'll try, Mr. Judge. Bring on the old charm one more time, Dahlia. This will be the last time you hide behind your womanly wiles. 5 years ago. 5 years ago, I was kidnapped by Mr. Falls. The ransom price was for a raw diamond. My sister Valerie brought it to the bridge. After she made the exchange, she shot Mr. Falls in the arm. So Mr. Falls tried to kill me by shoving me off the bridge from behind? I don't believe that. I survived, but I was afraid I might be kidnapped again for my family's money. I decided to change my identity and start a new life.
She did it, I don't know, I think she did it.
Welcome to Ace Attorney. That's how this goes.
The kidnapping left her emotionally scarred. With her sister's help, she left the Hawthorne family and started all over again. Where to believe after all of that, she murdered her sister? Preposterous. Thank you, Mr. Edworth. Miss Faye?
Yes, Your Honor?
As you've heard, the witness is still traumatized from the kidnapping. Ask you again to be extremely gentle in your cross-examination.
Edworth's gonna jump on me again.
Huh. We're not allowed to fight. Let's twist some arms. Listen up. We've still got that info. An ace up our sleeve.
What info?
Come on, kitten. Don't say you've forgotten already. I heard the kidnapping 5 years ago was staged.
That's right. It was a fake kidnapping. Very Falls told us in the log.
Do anything she says. Anything Dahlia says.
What you're saying is that the kidnapping 5 years ago was planned?
Bye. Yeah, me and Dahlia, and Valerie too.
Yes, that's it. The fake kidnapping is your best shot, Mia. That's your secret.
Ooh.
Just kidnap, ransom. I mean, tried to kill her, she about the bridge. We already know that's not true. So I kind of want to hear what her excuse is. I'd like to hear more about what happened right at that moment. When Mr. Falls was shot in the right arm, he let go of me. I was dazed. I turned to try to run away, but Mr. Falls turned to grab me as well. As I ran past, he and I locked eyes for a second. He gave me a large, bloodthirsty grin.
Bloodthirsty, good. Ooh.
In the next instant. Yep. Plummeted. Plunk. I advise the court to remember that the river is 18 feet deep and incredibly swift. He was a strong swimmer, but was knocked out. King Tue had been carried away by the river to a strange place. I'll never forget that day. The crumbling bridge, nowhere to run. There was one little ship from behind. That was it. Also, welcome back. Scissor could catch me and fell into the river.
Alright, oh, died!
Oh, I did not mean to do that.
Yeah. Okay, cool, yeah. Oh, kerplunk!
That really makes that a lot of series. Good that day. Honestly, I don't need to press. We already know this isn't true. Oh wait. Oops. Ooh, where? Oh boy. Alright. Okay, save it up. Save it up. Maybe the back then? That's everything from the past that we have. So maybe that? Oh, good. Whew. You said Mr. Falls pushed you into the Eagle River. However, that's hard to believe. But it's true. I felt the push on my back. I'm certain of it. It's Mr. Falls. I'm sorry. I guess I wasn't clear enough. I shouldn't have said, that's hard to believe. I should have said, that's impossible. Impossible? I still can't recall the condition of Dusky Bridge, now and 5 years ago. That bridge hasn't changed one bit in these last 5 years. If someone had pushed you from behind, as you have claimed, instead of being carried away by the river, you would have been smashed by the bedrock below. Most certain death. You understand now, Dahlia Hawthorne? The very notion that my client pushed you from behind is impossible? Ah!
Your Honor, this event occurred 5 years ago. But for all we know, the water level in the river may have been higher back then.
But it's 40 feet from the bridge to the river. A small change in the water level wouldn't have made a difference.
Yeah.
You'd be making sense, though.
You're right. The events occurred just as the witnesses testified. The defendant pushed the witness into the river. Young lady, what is the meaning of this?
Hi.
Just a moment, Your Honor. That the witness testified that the defendant pushed her into the river. However, never stated that she fell from the back end of the bridge.
What? What do you mean?
After being shot in the arm, it's plausible that Mr. Falls panicked. Therefore, he could have unwittingly pushed her off the side of the bridge. If that's true, she would have fallen into the river. Well, Miss Hawthorne, is Mr. Edward's explanation correct?
Yeah, I should mention it. I do remember now, when I fell off the bridge. My skirt got caught on one of the bridge's side wires. You can't be serious!
Order! Order in the court!
It seems Miss Faye's assault has finally reached its conclusion. What now, Mia? This is no time to retreat. Unfortunately for you, this is just the start of Miss Faye's assault.
What?
I'll leave your reasoning with something like this, Mr. Edward. After being shot in the arm, it's plausible that Mr. Falls panicked. Therefore, he could have unwittingly pushed her off the side of the bridge. However, once again, I'm forced to say that's impossible.
Ridiculous. So impossible about it.
Because your flawed logic contradicts the court record.
Oh.
Yeah, you're not getting pushed through that.
I just wanted to check the bridge. You're not getting pushed through that. That's not happening.
Your Honor, all the answers are right in this photo. Take a look at the wire supporting both sides of the bridge. Every time I do, it makes it up to about 5 feet off the ground. It'd be impossible to push someone off from there. No!
But let's remember the size and strength of the defendant. Wires like this would be no problem. Wires like this wouldn't be a problem for him. He could have easily picked up a fortune and gone and thrown her over.
So young and already so forgetful, Mr. Edgeworth. Could have also been shot in the right arm.
Oh.
And more importantly, Valerie Hawthorne had her gun trained on him at point-blank range. So, Mr. Fostering the witness off the bridge? That's clearly impossible.
Order. What is the meaning of this?
Talia Hawthorne, you jumped into the Eagle River intentionally.
What? What is that?
Indeed, what do you mean by such a ridiculous remark? Yes, it's ridiculous. My sister was there to help me. Gave her gun and handcuffs. She could have saved me. Jumping into a raging river like that would have been suicide. Perhaps, but still, it's exactly what you did. You were probably confident you could handle the swift current, but even more so, you must have had a much more compelling reason for jumping into the river.
Oh, then what was it? What was so important that she'd want to jump into the river?
The witness is still alive. This fact alone explains everything. This is why she risked her life by jumping into the rapids of Eagle River, 100% the diamond. 5 years ago, something else disappeared along with Dahlia that day. The item that Valerie brought up the mountain with her, the $2 million diamond.
No, it can't be.
Yes, Dahlia had it all planned from the beginning. $2 million, she was going to keep it all for herself.
Ooh.
And the plot thickens. He forced Mr. Falls to help her fake the kidnapping. At the last minute, she betrayed him and threw herself into the river, with the ransom tucked away safely in her backpack.
Like that's simply ridiculous.
Is it, Edward? Is it really?
Order. Your Honor, 5 years ago, the witness was only 14 years old. Do you think a 14-year-old is capable of such a demonic plan?
This woman is a demon. There was one more person who would make a demon out of her. Her sister, Valerie Hawthorne.
Did you mean that the victim was involved in the kidnapping plot as well?
But she was a detective then. You're saying she participated in her sister's kidnapping? Precisely. I'm sure that it weighed heavily on her conscience for the past 5 years. This is the sole reason behind the victim's murder.
What do you mean by that?
On the day of the murder, after receiving the phone call from Mr. Falls, Valerie called her sister Dahlia. And she told her what she was planning to do.
Planning to do?
She was going to tell her the truth, as she wrote in her note. That is what sealed Valerie Hawthorne's fate. That is when you hatched your demonic plan to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. A plan that would ensure neither of your accomplices to the kidnapping would talk. I have heard of Danganronpa. I actually watched the Grumps play the first one, and I really want to play the whole series. We'll do it. I genuinely, I don't want to like. I want to do it. I want to do it all on stream. That's not what we're doing next. That's already set in stone. We're doing Fire Emblem 6 because why not? But I should. I really want to. I want to go through it. It seems like so much fun, and I love it. It's not far off of Ace Attorney. I'll do it at some point. I don't own any of them yet, which is why I'm kind of waiting for them to go on like a big sale again. And then I'll probably actually pick them all up. You killed your sister, Valerie Hawthorne.
Who is that laughing at a time like this?
Look at her. Forgive me. It's just hilarious.
A witness? Is that you?
You amuse me, woman. Miss Mia Fey. You can certainly weave an exciting tale. Naturally. You have the evidence to back it up, don't you? Evidence? Evidence that I planned the kidnapping, of course. That at 14 I plotted it with Mr. Falls and my sister. Well, one more thing. What happened to the $2 million diamond? I can't provide evidence to really show that.
What am I say?
I don't know. What a joke. You, Miss Fey. You stupid or something? Dang! How can I prove a fake kidnapping that happened 5 years ago? I don't even have decisive proof of Valerie Hawthorne's murder.
Well, it seems... come to the end. To be honest, this behavior does raise certain suspicions. I'm forced to reject the assertion that made by the defense.
Of course you are. Dang. Chill. Is this it? Is it really over? Girl's made a fool of me, and there's nothing I can do about it.
Huh. That evidence the trial is over. Who decided that?
Mr. Armando?
Come on now, kitten. Haven't you figured out that you can make your own rules? For example, even if there's no evidence, there's still testimony.
Testimony?
On the day in question, Valerie Hawthorne murdered her sister, Valerie Hawthorne. They had her body in the trunk of Mr. Paul's stolen car. Went to meet with her. Disguised as her sister, Valerie Hawthorne. That's what you think, right?
Yes, that's right.
In that case, only one answer, right? One person left who can testify about Valerie Hawthorne's murder.
There's no proof. There's only one thing left to do. Who's the one person who can testify to that demon woman's crimes? Terry Falls. The only other person in the trifecta. Your Honor, the defense wishes to call a new witness.
A new witness?
Yes. We'd like to hear the testimony of Terry Falls.
The defendant?
The one person that can shed any further light on the situation. The one person that knows what Dahlia's role in the kidnapping was. The person that can say whether the person in the photo is Valerie Hawthorne. Whether it was in fact her younger sister, Dahlia, disguised as her. The one person who can solve this riddle once and for all. And that person is Terry Falls.
Well, Mr. Edgeworth, what's your take on this?
Why not? The prosecution has no objection.
Very well. Bailiff, bring the defendant to the witness stand.
This is my last chance, Mr. Falls. A chance to establish Dahlia's guilt. All I have left.
Whew, and we're on our last bar, too.
This is the last chance. This is it.
Defendant, good, everything has been set up to this point, yes? Good. I don't believe it. No way. Dahlia died 5 years ago. Valerie betrayed me.
Hey, Mr. Falls, I don't know what she said to you 5 years ago. One thing is clear. Dahlia is very much alive. You were used for $2 million.
That's not true. Mr. Falls, there's only one question I want the answer to. Years ago on Dusky Bridge, who did you meet? Was it Valerie Hawthorne or was it Dahlia Hawthorne? Dahlia, did you betray me? 5 years ago she promised never ever betray each other.
Terry?
Dahlia? It's true. You are alive.
You don't trust me anymore? Makes me sad.
Tell the truth. The real truth. I believe in you.
I shouldn't need to say it. You should already know.
But there is one thing that I will say. Oh, yeah.
I think it's your hands right now, Terry. Oops, wrong words, whatever. There's nothing that I will say. My hands not here.
Nah. I will allow Mr. Falls to testify once and once only. Mr. Falls, give me the final testimony in this trial. Witness. I'm sorry, I apologize. Water, please, water. Huh? Can't talk, need water.
Oh well, I guess I'll It'll have to be in my coffee instead. This little match the way he's probably feeling right now. Darker and bitterer than hell itself. I need water too. Who Terry Falls saw.
That day, 4 p.m., I stopped the car. I was in front of the bridge. She wasn't there, so I waited on bridge. I watched my car from bridge. I never put no body in that car. Finally, a woman came. She stood in front of me. We talked, and she left. That was Valerie, not my Dahlia.
I don't believe you. Mr. Falls, you're covering for her. You think she would do the same for you?
That's enough, Miss Fay. His last statement was a fitting way to end the final testimony of the trial. Well then, Miss Fay, please proceed with the cross-examination.
What do you want then, Mr. Falls? Not a guilty verdict to go along with your death sentence?
There's only one person who can stop it. You, kitten. I think.
I can. Very Falls saw. So, there's definitely one thing that's, interesting. He said he was watching the car, but according to the witness photo, he was facing away from it. Granted, he could have turned around, but that is a little interesting to me. According to this note, the meeting was supposed to take place at 4:30. You arrived early, didn't you?
It was raining. Already dark, too.
You waited on the bridge for 30 minutes? Mr. Falls.
Eagle Mountain. That spot. Strong memories.
Why did he just clam up? Could it be he's hiding something here? And there, so I waited. You were quite early, so you waited on the bridge, correct?
Yeah, I like waiting. Used to it. I'm sure he is. Your boy waited 5 years to ask a single question. I know why a woman betrayed him. To him, 30 minutes must have been like a blink of the eye.
Watch my car from the bridge? You were watching the car.
That bridge, the other side is broken, but it can come from there. So, I was watching car. What else were you expecting him to do?
I suppose that's the obvious thing to do, but something's bothering me. Getting that feeling. Contradiction?
Well, what's on the other side of the broken bridge anyway? No one lives there. Well, it's a small shrine up the mountain, but that's it. Anyway, nobody came. No car, nothing.
The woman came? Where did she come from? Mr. Falls, think carefully now. Are you certain that it was Valerie Hawthorne?
I never lie. It's the truth. It was Valerie. I remember her face.
Wait a minute. You remembered her face? Why did you make her wear a scarf as identification?
Sorry. It was a little lie. But the woman I met, she was different from the woman standing here now. She was different. It was Valerie.
Talked, then she left? Well, what did you talk to her about anyway? Mr. Falls.
Valerie told the truth about the kidnapping 5 years ago.
Yeah, right? Like, how did she get over there?
She said someone needed to take the blame for it. That was all I could think to do. She said that. That's why she lied. I got me the death penalty. Are you satisfied with that answer, witness? Sorry you died. It was my fault. But I don't really remember. Maybe I did. Maybe I did push her in. It don't matter no more. Either way, my Dahlia, my sweet teen angel, dead.
You just saw that she isn't dead.
After Valerie talked to me on bridge, nothing left to live for.
I don't think we need to hear anymore. Watch the car from the bridge. I never put no body in that car. If you watched your car from the bridge, how did she get on the other side of you? There's not another side to the bridge, mister! I should have said we're okay. So, when you got to the bridge, no one had arrived. Huh. So you went on the bridge. You're sure of that?
Yeah, I'm sure.
You're sure, huh? Well, I'm sure too, Mr. Falls. I'm sure that you're lying.
Huh?
Oh, I would love to hear your rationale on this, Miss Fay. Want to know who arrived on the bridge first? Let's look at this photo. Perfectly clear. Obviously, the person that came first would be the one at the end of the bridge, right? But that's the victim at the end of the bridge. Precisely my point. In other words, Mr. Falls, you must have arrived at the bridge after she did. After she did. Mr. Falls? Please don't get so worked up. I just want the truth.
I got there around 4 o'clock. It's true. I had somewhere to go. Special place. And did you go to the special place before you went to the bridge? Yeah. We stayed in an old temple about 15 minutes from the bridge. 5 years ago, me and Dahlia, we promised each other. We swore we wouldn't betray each other. We bought a memento to represent our love.
Memento?
5 years ago, I hid it under the base of a tree there. It's a special memory for me. This is it. This is what I went to get.
I see.
This little bottle on the necklace is a memento. It's quite charming, but it looks empty.
Your Honor, you've heard what my client said. We got the scene at 4 o'clock. But he didn't left his car unattended and walked away. He was gone for approximately 30 minutes. That much time. Dahlia Hawthorne could have easily hidden the body in the trunk of his car.
No. Indeed. There certainly was enough time for it.
Still got a chance. Mr. Falls, there's no mistaking it. Huh? Mr. Falls? You good, bro?
Well, that's enough. Please. Witness? I promised her 5 years ago. Whatever happens. But we can't trust each other no more. Then we're supposed to drink bottle.
No, stop the trial. Your Honor, we need a recess.
I was stupid. Couldn't keep promise. So I did it. I drank this.
No, we're so close. Just a little more. Let's better prove your innocence.
No, don't want that. Don't trust self. Maybe kill again. The sweet Dahlia again.
Mr. Falls!
Mr. Armando. Thanks for the coffee.
Mr. Falls! Well, Mr. Falls certainly fell. Sorry, tragic moment. I know. Shouldn't be making jokes at a time like this. And so my first trial ended, suddenly and tragically. With no winners, only losers. I'm sorry! Thanks! I ended up with a wound that cut so deep into my soul, I thought it'd never heal. I'm sure it was the same for the young prosecutor as well. The one person, the true criminal Dahlia Hawthorne, she left the courtroom with a secret smile on her demonically sweet face. Unforgivable, that witch. Mr. Armando. So close to the truth. It was right there in front of us. Just a little too soft, kitten. It's my fault? Well, my fault that Mr. Falls killed himself. Don't cry, kitten. You're gonna make my coffee all salty. I knew it. I knew it wasn't cut out for this. Mia. Don't you get it? You can't cry yet. I'm sorry. Can you not? Next time a lawyer cries when it's all over. Oh, Mr. Armando? Why? No matter how tough the case, no matter how bitter the memories, they always fade over time. File them away and eventually forget them. 1 year later, in this very same courthouse, I myself got wrapped up in that case. Yep. How the game opened. It was this case. Only after that did Julian Hoffman get put on trial for her crimes. The verdict that was ultimately handed down to her was... guilty. Yep, of course. Naturally, when the verdict was read, she had a perfect angelic smile on her face. It was finally all over. At least, that's what I thought at the time. Unfortunately, I couldn't have been more wrong. It's been 5 years, but something has happened that's made me remember all this. Oh? What would that be? Before Turnabout Beginnings, the end? No! I guess we'll find out next time. Oh, a new episode has been added. Well, unfortunately, we're well over on time. I mean, technically not, but also not. It's kind of like an hour late, so ending an hour late. That's kind of normal, I guess. That is going to be all we do tonight. Unfortunately. I didn't think that was going to take so long. Oh my god. Jeez. 2 trials back to back. I think it's 4 hours. And basically 2 whole run-throughs of my water bottle. Man. Ace Attorney, man. What a great franchise. Highly recommend playing it. Hold them great. I mean, I'm kind of taking a break through this one, but so tomorrow, I run like the normal time. I know the schedule says 6, but honestly, with Ace Attorney, it's basically just been a consistent 7 p.m. I've been doing it for like 3 hours because that's honestly that works for me. Starting at 7, going until about 10, and then we wrap up, and we usually get about two segments in that time. EST, so Eastern Standard Time. So whatever the conversion is, I don't know. I really don't. It's like 5, I think, for Coastal Pacific, whatever it's called, West Coast. I don't know. So we're back tomorrow. We'll see what all this is about. It's actually a pretty good cliffhanger to end on, honestly. My brain stopped. As I mentioned before, I mean, one, thank you to everyone who stopped by in the raid, and everyone who stuck in after the raid. I do appreciate that a lot, actually. It's been a while since I've been on a raid. Especially for just like a normal game and not like D&D. So I do appreciate all of it and everyone for sticking by, all the follows, all that stuff. I said hi. Anyone who's watching the VODs. Don't know there's a VODs channel, there's links below. Also, !VODs pulls that up. Looks like 2 or 3 different spots for it below. You can check that out. All the stuff they go up the next day at noon EST. All the stream VODs. So if you miss something or you want to rewatch something, there you go. As well as all the old playthroughs. There's a whole bunch of backlog. I have a Discord that I use as my Discord account. I don't have like a Discord server or anything like that right now. Unfortunately, the channel's a little too small for that, I feel. But maybe, I don't know. I mean, if there's enough demand for it, I'll definitely set one up. I technically have one, but it's literally only created for the purposes of having my sub emotes available to me in Discord, and that's it. It was not made with the intent of people really joining right now. I could go set it up in the future if that becomes a thing that people want, but for now it's just kind of chilling as a emote holder. But there's that. There's a whole bunch of backlog over there. There's a whole bunch of games: Bloodborne, Persona 5 Royal, XCOM, the rest of the Ace Attorney trilogy, the other 2 games before this one, all completed. Hollow Knight, that was a fun one actually. Hollow Knight was fun. So was Ori in the Blind Forest. There's a bunch in there. And a bunch more to come, because I intend to keep this rolling for quite a while. So tomorrow we'll not quite cap off Ace Attorney. We'll probably have like 2 or 3 more streams of it for this game, and then we'll move into Fire Emblem 6 specifically, which is translated because that's a game that never came out in America. Thank you, Nintendo. So we are playing a totally legitimate copy of the game that's been translated. Yep, I translated it myself with all of the Japanese knowledge that I have of the language. Yep, definitely. Took a lot of time and a lot of effort. Uh-huh. Yep, that's a thing. Anyways, we might take after we finish Ace 3 here, we might take a couple days to play some Guilty Gear, some Gold Strive. Same with the weekend, I might do that. I don't know. I don't know what's going on this weekend, so I may or may not do any Strive. I just might not be able to stream because I might have stuff going on. But I'm gonna go. We're well over. Actually, well, nah. I don't may just end. I might actually see. Is anyone else playing this game right now? Probably a couple of people are. Oh, Luigi's playing. I forgot he was on this game. That's not Raid Luigi though. I don't know. Eh. I always mess up raids, so I'm always afraid to do it. So I think we're just we'll hold off until I can actually figure out how to do raids properly. Maybe another time. I would like to keep the raid train going. I can't even think of what a raid message would be. So until then, tomorrow, roughly 7. It might be a little earlier, it might be a little later. EST, again, VODs, 12. But it's kind of late. I'm gonna get out of here. So until next time.